Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, members have asked several questions about the renting out of two black and white bungalows, number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road, by the Singapore Land Authority, or SLA, to the Minister for Law and Home Affairs, Mr. Shanmugam, and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Vivian Balakrishnan, respectively. Minister Edwin Tong and I will be delivering ministerial statements on this matter. Our statements will address oral questions numbers 1 to 23 and written questions numbers 1 and 9 to 13 on today's order paper. Mr. Gan Tiam Poh, Mr. Leon Pereira, Ms. Hazel Phua, and Mr. Alex Yam have filed oral and written questions scheduled for future sittings on this matter. As today's ministerial statements will address those questions as well, I invite these members to seek clarifications, should they have any, on this matter after our ministerial statements. And should their queries be sufficiently addressed, it may not be necessary for them to proceed with their PQs for future sittings. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the 17th of May 2023, Prime Minister Lee had tasked the Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau, or CPIB, to investigate and determine if there was any corruption or criminal wrongdoing in the rental transactions of the Ridout Road state properties by the two ministers. Minister Shanmugam and Balakrishnan had also spoken to Prime Minister Lee to ask for a review that is independent of the ministries and agencies that they oversee. On 22nd of May 2023, Prime Minister Lee tasked me to review the matter and establish whether proper processes had been followed and if there had been any wrongdoing. Both the CPIB investigation and the review have been completed. On 28 June 2023, the Prime Minister submitted a miscellaneous paper to this House attaching the report of my review as well as the report by CPIB. Members would have had the opportunity to read and scrutinize the two reports. I will now summarize the findings of my review, which, I should emphasize, relies on CPIB's findings and report, before addressing questions on specific matters which members had filed. The review sought to achieve three objectives. First, to establish the facts surrounding the renting out of the two properties at number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road. Second, to establish if there was any wrongdoing, including any abuse of power or conflict of interest, resulting in the ministers gaining an unfair advantage or privileges. Third, to establish whether the policies and processes governing the renting out of black and white bungalows were followed in renting out the two properties and if there were any process gaps or lapses. As the Prime Minister had already directed CPIB to investigate the renting out of the two properties for corruption or criminal wrongdoing, it was decided, in consultation with the Prime Minister, that my review would rely on CPIB's investigation to establish the facts surrounding the renting out of these two specific purposes. Sir, investigations by CPIB are carried out by professional investigators and empowered by the Prevention of Corruption Act, under which persons required by CPIB to provide information are legally bound to provide accurate information. Hence, CPIB's investigation findings would be independent, thorough, and authoritative. In its investigations, the CPIB conducted interviews with the two ministers and their spouses, former and current officers from Ministry of Law, SLA, and NParks, property and managing agents, who had knowledge of the rental transactions of the two state properties. The CPIB also obtained evidence from documents and other information related to the rental transactions and parties involved, including through contemporaneous phone records, WhatsApp messages, and SMSs. I would like to place on record my thanks to the CPIB officers for their diligence and attention to detail in conducting their investigations into these cases. Sir, I trust members realize the import, the meaning, the weight of the Prime Minister asking CPIB to investigate this matter. The agency reports directly to him, the Prime Minister, not to the Minister for Home Affairs, nor to me, for that matter, the Coordinating Minister for National Security. Moreover, the Director of CPIB can go directly to the President if the Prime Minister stops him from investigating a possible crime. The Constitution provides the CPIB Director that right. There is no more thorough, persistent, and I dare say even fearsome investigative body in Singapore. That the Prime Minister did not hesitate to call the CPIB in to investigate two senior ministers is a signal how seriously we take such matters of incorruptibility and its absolute value in our system. In addition to CPIB's investigation, I asked the Ministry of Law to provide a detailed briefing on the policies and processes governing the management of black and white bungalows. My review, therefore, relied on CPIB's investigation findings on the renting out of the two properties and a review of the policies and processes governing the management of black and white bungalows to come to its conclusions. Several members, Mr. Zulkarnain, Mr. Murali Pillay, and Mr. Prisam Singh, asked about the rental process. Let me summarize for this House the key facts of the case as established by the CPIB investigation. The number 26 Ridout Road state property had a land size of 9,350 square meters then. It had been vacant since December 2013. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will quote liberally, verbatim, from the CPIB report, because it is authoritative, independent, and established the facts. Similarly, my report, which was submitted by the Prime Minister to Parliament, quotes liberally, verbatim, from the CPIB report, and members would have seen those sections in italics. I can't speak in italics, but I will tell members which parts of the report, or which part of my statement I'm quoting directly from CPIB. So let me quote directly from CPIB for the next 4 or 5 paragraphs. In January 2018, Minister Shanmugam appointed a property agent to represent him for the rental transaction of the number 26 Ridout Road state property. By then, the property had been vacant without attracting any bids for more than 4 years. During a site visit, Minister Shanmugam noticed thick and overgrown vegetation on an empty slope of land adjacent to the property. Minister Shanmugam expressed his concern to SLA that the overgrown vegetation might pose public health and safety risks from snakes, mosquitoes, and fallen trees. Through his property agent, Minister Shanmugam negotiated with SLA on clearing of the adjacent land before leasing the property. He was not confident that the adjacent land would be maintained in a way that would keep the place free of health and safety issues. He offered to maintain the adjacent land at his own cost. Minister Shanmugam stated in his interview with CPIB that he had not wanted to lease the additional adjacent land, as there would be legal obligations attached to leasing it. SLA's view was that the tenant's responsibility would not extend to maintain the area beyond the tenant's property boundary. If Minister Shanmugam was to maintain the adjacent land at his own cost, the adjacent land had to be included in the tenancy of the number 26 Ridout Road state property. SLA then did the fencing of the adjacent land within the property boundary. As a result, the land size was increased from 9,350 square meters to 23,164 square meters. The cost of site clearance, replanting of greenery, and fencing was $172,000, which was initially borne by SLA and subsequently to be recovered from the tenant's rent. The cost of maintaining this additional land was approximately $25,000 per year and was incurred by Minister Shanmugam, which would otherwise have been borne by SLA. Minister Shanmugam and his agent were not aware of the guide rent. His agent studied the rental of comparable neighboring properties and independently determined and valued the rent. Minister Shanmugam instructed his property agent that he should not be paying less than his neighbors. A neighboring unit was tenanted at $26,000. The final negotiated rent amount was $26,500, which met the minimum rental to be achieved by SLA. As the property had not been in use since 2013, substantial repairs were needed. The total cost of essential repair works borne by SLA to restore number 26 Ridout Road State Property was $515,400. The landlord, that is SLA, has the responsibility to undertake essential repair works to ensure that the condition of the property is habitable. Minister Shanmugam paid $61,400 to build a car porch. In addition, he stated in his interview with CPIB that he paid over $400,000 for additional improvement works to the state property not covered by SLA's restoration works. Mrs. Shanmugam signed the tenancy agreement of 3 + 3 + 3 years in June 2018. And after the first 3-year term, the tenancy was renewed in June 2021 for a second 3-year term. The rental for the second term was maintained at $26,500 per month, as determined by SLA, considering the then prevailing market conditions. The preceding paragraphs were all quoted verbatim from CPIB's report, so unquote. For the rental of 31 Ridout Road, the key facts are as follows. Again, the next 3 paragraphs are verbatim from the CPIB report. The number 31 Ridout Road State Property of land size 9,157.36 square meters had been vacant since July 2016. It was listed on the State Property Information online website. The property had been vacant for 5 years before 2 unsuccessful bids were made below the then prevailing guide rent, that is $12,000 in July 2018 and $5,000 in August 2018. Mrs. Balakrishnan came across a for-lease sign at the number 31 Ridout Road State Property. She contacted the SLA's appointed MA, managing agent, on 11 September 2018, and they negotiated on the rental price. The MA named an asking rent of $19,000. Mrs. Balakrishnan offered $19,000 with the inclusion of essential repair works and upgrading of the toilets. The MA rejected the toilet upgrading as it was considered to be improvement works, and Mrs. Balakrishnan subsequently agreed to bear the costs of the toilet upgrading. The asking rent for the number 31 Ridout Road State Property was independently determined and valued by the MA. Neither Minister Balakrishnan nor Mrs. Balakrishnan were aware of the guide rent. The SLA leasing department subsequently accepted the lease proposal because the final secured rent of $19,000 was not below the prevailing guide rent, which was $18,800. The total cost of essential repair works borne by SLA to restore the number 31 Ridout Road State Property was $570,000. So $570,500. Minister Balakrishnan stated in his interview with CPIB that he paid more than $200,000 on additional improvement works to the state property. the tenancy agreement for 3 + 2 + 2 years was signed by Mrs. Balakrishnan in October 2019. After the first 3-year term, Mrs. Balakrishnan requested and was granted a renewal of another 3 + 2-year term instead of 2 + 2-year term that was earlier granted. The rental for the second term was increased from $19,000 to $20,000 per month, taking into consideration the then prevailing market conditions in 2022. Again, unquote, again, I must emphasize that these preceding paragraphs were from CPIB's investigation reports and findings. Let me now address the key questions raised by several members. I will address questions on the rental transactions of these two properties, while Minister Edwin Tong will address questions regarding SLA's policies and practices in the management of state properties in general. Mr. Sito Yiping asked whether the two ministers' tenancies at Ridout Road from SLA have been handled without any corrupt behaviors. Let me quote verbatim again from CPIB's report to the Prime Minister. CPIB has found no evidence of corruption or criminal wrongdoing in the two rental transactions of the Ridout Road state properties by Ministers Shanmugam and Balakrishnan. In CPIB's view, the direct tenancy rules were applied fairly for both rental transactions. The investigation did not reveal any corrupt intent on the part of any person or any inducement given to any individual involved in the processing of the rentals. CPIB found no preferential treatment given to the ministers and their spouses, and no disclosure of privileged information in the process of the rental transactions. There was no evidence to suggest any abuse of position by the ministers for personal gain. Unquote. The CPIB has submitted its investigation papers to the Attorney General's chambers, and the AGC has reviewed and agreed with CPIB's findings and recommendations and directed that no further action be taken. Mr. Dennis Tan, Mr. Murali Pillay, Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Alex Yam, and Ms. Hazel Phua asked whether there was any conflict of interest involved in the renting of the two properties to Ministers Shanmugam and Minister Vivian Balakrishnan, and if the ministers had complied with the Code of Conduct for Ministers. The review concluded that there was no conflict of interest in the rental of these two properties. Both the ministers and the public officers involved duly declared any potential conflict of interest and followed the proper processes to prevent any actual conflict of interest from arising. In the case of number 26 Ridout Road, as Minister Shanmugam is the Minister for Law and the Ministry of Law oversees SLA, a conflict of interest could have arisen if Minister Shanmugam had remained in the chain of command exercising authority over the renting out of the property, and had Minister Shanmugam made decisions that affected his own rental of number 26 Ridout Road, that would have been an actual conflict of interest. So it could have been a conflict of interest, and if he had taken any decisions affecting the rental or his own rental, that would have been an actual conflict of interest. However, Minister Shanmugam had removed himself from the chain of command and decision-making process entirely. CPIB established that Minister Shanmugam informed the then Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Law that he would recuse himself on any discussion related to the rental of the property. Minister Shanmugam also instructed the then Deputy Secretary to approach the then Senior Minister of State in the Ministry of Law, Ms. Indrani Raja, in the event that any matter had to be referred to the Minister. Minister Shanmugam had also informed me that if the matter had to go beyond SMS Indrani, she would approach me. CPIB established that there was no matter raised by SLA to the Ministry of Law and hence to any of the ministers during the entire rental process. Minister Shanmugam had recognized the potential conflict of interest, duly declared it to me, and took effective steps to eliminate this potential conflict. And this prevented any actual conflict from arising. Mr. Speaker, sir, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish also to state that as no matters were raised to me regarding any aspect of the rental transaction, I am not an involved party in the rental process. CPIB found that due diligence checks were also carried out before the signing of the tenancy agreement for the number 26 Ridout Road state property. The then Chief Executive of SLA made a declaration dated 29 March 2018 to the then Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Law and reported that the processing of the rental transaction was properly done with no conflict of interest. In response to the PS or Ministry of Law's queries, the Chief Executive of SLA assured him that the proposed rental was according to market rate with assessment done by SLA valuers independently of the SLA leasing officers. He also confirmed that the tenancy agreement was a standard form for all other residential tenancies. In the case of number 31 Ridout Road, no issue of conflict of interest arose because Minister Balakrishnan's official responsibilities did not include SLA. CPIB also found that there was no preferential treatment given in the process of the rental transaction. In fact, CPIB found that in response to the MA's query on policy for VVIPs, the SLA leading manager had emphasized in her email reply that there was no policy for VVIPs and all prospects and tenants were to be treated equally. Ms. Hazelpoa asked what are the current rules and processes for cabinet ministers to declare conflicts of interest and whether there are any plans to strengthen such rules and processes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a code of conduct for ministers has been in place since 1954 and was last updated in 2005. Ministers and other political office holders are notified of this code at the start of each term of office and whenever a new political office holder is appointed. The Prime Minister also issues rules of prudence after every election to all members of Parliament of the People's Action Party. These rules are released to the media, with the latest version released in August 2020. The code clearly states that a minister must not direct or request a civil servant to do anything or perform any function that may conflict with the civil service's core values of incorruptibility, impartiality, integrity, and honesty. Ministers are expected to be scrupulously above board and to ensure that there is no real or perceived conflict between their official duties and private interests. The code and rules set out the principles to be applied. The Code of Conduct and the Rules of Prudence also give examples to illustrate the application of the guidelines. But these examples are not exhaustive. In fact, the Code says so. The examples are not exhaustive, as it is not possible to lay out specific rules governing behavior for every single situation. For the public service, the Code of Conduct is set out in the Instruction Manual, or the IM. All public officers must take an annual Code of Conduct quiz and make the necessary declarations, such as being free of financial embarrassment, their investments in non-owner-occupied properties, and their investments in private firms. They are also required to make ad hoc declarations of purchases of private residential properties, commercial properties, and land. The principles laid out in the codes of conduct adequately cover any potential conflict of interest that could have arisen, including in this case. Both the ministers and the public officers, as well as the private sector intermediaries involved, conducted themselves properly in the two rental transactions. They are aware of their duty to declare and avoid any conflict of interest, and they took appropriate steps to prevent any potential or actual conflict of interest from arising. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is more important to observe the spirit rather than the letter of the codes. Nevertheless, the public service will reference this case as an additional example to reinforce the importance for public officers to act with integrity. In addition, the Public Service Division will work with relevant ministries and statutory boards, such as HDB, JTC, NEA, and SLA, to introduce a standard declaration requirement for selected groups of officers who have access to or are involved in leasing and valuation matters. Officers in these organizations who have access to privileged information and/or can influence the outcomes of decisions will have to make a declaration before they can rent government properties managed by their agencies. The officer will have to declare that he has taken adequate steps to prevent any conflict of interest from arising, for example, by recusing himself from overseeing or processing the transaction. These properties will include commercial and residential state properties such as black and white bungalows, terraces, factory, office spaces, business parks, shops and neighborhood centers, hawker and market stalls. The Prime Minister will also review the declarations required for property transactions for ministers and PAP members of Parliament. Mr. Murali Pillai, Mr. Pritam Singh, and Mr. Sito Yiping asked whether the ministers benefited from privileged information or from favorable rental rates. The review concluded that the ministers did not benefit from any privileged information. CPIB found no preferential treatment given to the ministers or to their spouses, and no disclosure of privileged information in the process of the rental transactions. There was no evidence to suggest any abuse of position by the ministers for personal gain. CPIB established that the availability of number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road for lease was public information. Both properties had for lease signs displayed prominently at the gates of these properties, and in addition, number 31 was listed on the State Property Information online website. The guide rents were not revealed to Minister Shanmugam and his agent, nor to Minister and Mrs. Balakrishnan. The review also established that the rental rates paid by both ministers were at fair market value and not below market valuation. There was no evidence that the ministers were given favorable rental rates due to their positions. With your permission, sir, may I ask the clerks to distribute some handouts which are already annexes to the review report submitted to Parliament?
Yes, please.
Members would be familiar with them. Members may also access the handouts through the MP at SG PAL app. These show the rental rates for transactions involving black and white bungalows in the Ridout Road estate at the material times in 2018 and 2019. So these were new transactions at the material times in 2018 and 2019. Chart 1 shows that in 2018, the rental per unit gross floor area for the black and white bungalow at number 26 Ridout Road was $30.94 per square meter per month. This was comparable to that for the other Ridout Road properties, which ranged from $26 per square meter per month to $33.33 per square meter per month. These are averages. Chart 2 shows that in 2019, the rental per unit floor area for number 31 Ridout Road at $23.05 per square meter per month was slightly lower than the range of $25 to $33.33 per square meter per month for other Ridout Road properties that were tenanted out at the material time. However, this was due to the condition of the property. The rental of $23.05 per square meter per month was comparable to other properties of average condition at that time. And when the tenancies of the two properties were up for renewal after the initial 3 years, a revaluation was done to peg the rentals to the prevailing market rate. That is, to mark them to market. This valuation was also based on market comparables. The property at number 26 Ridout Road was renewed in June 2021 for 3 years, with the rent maintained at $26,500 per month. The property at number 31 Ridout Road was renewed in October 2022 for 3 years, with the rent increased to $20,000 per month from $19,000 per month. However, CPIB discovered that there was a lack of precision in the SLA's use of the term guide rent for number 26 Ridout Road. As a result of this lack of precision, the earlier SLA statement dated 12 May 2023 that the offer by the tenant, that is $26,500, was above the guide rent was incorrect. In fact, the $26,500 rental Minister Shanmugam paid was equal to the correct guide rent on the property. I would like to take members through what CPIB's investigation found. The guide rent of number 26 Ridout Road with the original land area of 9,350 square meters was established by the SLA's valuer at $24,500. From February 2018, SLA and Minister Shanmugam, through his appointed agent, negotiated the rental of number 26 Ridout Road. Both sides discussed the clearance of the heavily vegetated adjacent land, which posed potential public health and safety concerns. Minister Shanmugam offered to maintain the adjacent land at his own cost if SLA cleared the vegetation. He told CPIB that he preferred to exclude the land from his tenancy as there would be legal obligations attached to including the adjacent land. However, SLA's preference was to include the adjacent land within the property boundary. That would make it clear that responsibility for maintaining the land would fall on the tenant, as would the legal obligations. For example, the tenant would be responsible for any mosquito breeding. SLA negotiated an agreement with the prospective tenant in which the adjacent land would be included within the property boundary with the tenant responsible for maintaining it. This would make the responsibilities clear, and the tenant, rather than SLA, would bear the obligations and the cost of maintaining the land. Minister Shanmugam initially offered a rental of $25,000 per month based on the agent's advice. He instructed his property agent that he should not be paying less than his neighbors. A neighboring unit was tenanted at $26,000. SLA proposed a rental of $26,500, and this was agreed by Mr. Shanmugam. SLA wanted to recover from the tenant the cost of land clearance and new fencing to amalgamate the cleared land. SLA's leasing division calculated that SLA needed to recover an amortized cost of $2,000 per month from the tenant over the duration of the tenancy. This includes interest as well. The SLA's leasing division then asked the SLA's valuer what the impact would be on the guide rent if the plot was enlarged, the additional land cleared, and SLA recovered the amortized cost of the land clearance from the tenant as part of the monthly rental. The SLA's valuer told CPIB in the interview that in her view, the guide rent for the larger land area of 23,164 square meters, once cleared of vegetation, should be $26,500. But if the tenant paid the clearance costs, then the guide rent of $24,500 could be maintained. Throughout this episode, the SLA valuer did not know the identity of the prospective tenant. Did not know the identity of the prospective tenant. The SLA valuer said that she only learned that the tenant was Minister Shanmugam after the matter was reported in the media. The SLA valuer also did not know the rental amount. did not know the rental amount which the leasing division had negotiated with the tenant. The SLA's leasing division then added the amortized cost of $2,000 per month to what the leasing division treated as the guide rent of $24,500, calculated the minimum rental to be achieved at $26,500, and confirmed that the agreed rental of $26,500 met this threshold. So, as the guide rent should be the minimum rental to be achieved, SLA should have assessed the guide rent for number 26 Ridout Road with the additional cleared land at $26,500. Instead, SLA treated the guide rent as $24,500, but with the additional $2,000 amortized costs to also be recovered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I should report that SLA accepts CPIB's observations and findings on this point. CPIB found that despite the imprecise use of the term guide rent, SLA was always clear that the minimum rental to be achieved was $26,500 and ensured that Minister Shanmugam paid not less than this amount. CPIB has also confirmed that this lack of precision in the process of deriving the guide rent did not result from any ill intent on the part of any SLA officers involved, and it found no evidence of any mala fide abuse of position in the valuation. This is also covered in CPIB's report. Mr. Sito Iping and Ms. Hazel Pua asked whether the terms of the lease agreement of these properties were standard as compared to other black and white bungalows managed by SLA. Mr. Leong Man Wai and Mr. Leon Pereira asked about the costs incurred in maintenance and upgrading works for these two properties. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the review established that the tenancy terms and renewal of both properties were in accordance with the general policies guiding tenancy and renewal of tenancies for residential properties managed by SLA. Tenancies are granted on 2-year or 3-year terms and up to a maximum of 3 + 3 + 3 years in the first instance when entering into a tenancy agreement. In deciding on the length of the tenancy, SLA will take into account various factors, including the likely capital expenditure that the tenant will incur to live in the property. Under the terms of the tenancy agreement, all approved improvements undertaken by the tenant that remain usable will subsequently become the property of the landlord and revert to the state ownership upon return of the property. As such, tenants who incur substantial capital expenditure for improvement works will be granted longer tenure to allow for the amortization of their expenses over a longer period. Both the tenancy periods of number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road were within the maximum allowable tenancy of 3 + 3 + 3 years for residential properties rented out by SLA or SLA's MAs at any one time. In the case of number 26 Ridout Road, SLA granted a tenancy of 3 + 3 + 3 years because Mrs. Shanmugam had committed to undertake improvement works at a cost in excess of $400,000. In the case of number 31 Ridout Road, SLA had granted a tenancy of 3 + 2 + 2 years upfront, as Mrs. Balakrishnan had committed to undertake improvement works totaling over $200,000. At the first renewal, Mrs. Balakrishnan requested for and SLA agreed to an extension of 3 + 2 years. This was also within the cap of 3 + 3 + 3 years tenancy that SLA can grant at any one time. The review also concluded that the works done for the two properties were in keeping with SLA's general practice. As the landlord, it is the responsibility of the SLA to ensure that the properties rented out are in a reasonably good condition so that tenants are able to reside in these properties safely. With your permission, sir, may I ask the clerks to distribute the second set of handouts?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me refer members to Chart 3. It shows the scope of the works done by SLA for number 26 Ridout Road and number 31 Ridout Road, compared to the works done for other SLA black and white properties. This is in chart 3. The works for number 26 Ridout Road totaled $515,400. The works included general building repairs, electrical wiring, water pump repair, sewerage repair, horticultural works, road and fencing repairs, and treatment for termites. Members can get a sense of the nature and scope of the works done from the pictures at handout number 4. The works for number 31 came to $570,000. This comprised general building repairs, roof repair and waterproofing, electrical rewiring, replacing the water tank, horticultural works, road and fencing repairs, and treatment for termites. Members can get a sense of the nature and scope of the works done from the pictures at handout number 5. The works done by SLA for number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road were to make both properties safe and habitable. The scope of works is comparable to that for other SLA black and white properties, as chart 3 shows. The valuation of the property will have factored in the condition of the property after works are done to bring them to a habitable condition. And SLA did a cost-benefit analysis to confirm that the rent that can be recovered will more than justify the works over the expected service life of these works, which can be 10 years or more. And once rented out, the tenant is responsible for the proper maintenance of the property. CPIB's report also stated that SLA policy is that upon expiry of the lease, the tenant is responsible for repairing any damage to the property where appropriate. The property with any improvements approved by SLA will be surrendered to SLA as is without any right of claims or recovery of costs by the tenant. An additional piece of work relating to number 26 Ridout Road was the clearance of the heavily vegetated land. SLA recovered the costs from the tenant by amortizing it at $2,000 per month over the lease period. An example where SLA also cleared land to address these amenities is at a state property in Dalvey Estate in 2019. SLA carried out partial site clearance even after the tenancy started, due to feedback from the surrounding neighbors and the tenant on mosquito breeding, which was not resolved despite repeated fogging. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me conclude. The two ministers had requested the Prime Minister to carry out a review into rentals of number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road. As I stated earlier, that the Prime Minister had directed the CPIB to investigate the matter shows his determination to establish the facts of the case and get to the bottom of the matter. The review arrived at 3 key conclusions, drawing substantially from CPIB's independent report. First, the CPIB found no evidence of corruption or criminal wrongdoing in the 2 rental transactions of the Ridout Road state properties by Minister Shanmugam and Balakrishnan. CPIB found that the direct tenancy rules were applied fairly for both rental transactions. The investigation did not reveal any corrupt intent on the part of any person or any inducement given to any individual involved in the processing of the rentals. And CPIB found no preferential treatment given to the ministers and their spouses, and no disclosure of privileged information in the process of the rental transactions. There was no evidence to suggest any abuse of position by the ministers for personal gain. Second, both the ministers and the public officers, as well as private sector intermediaries involved, conducted themselves properly in the 2 rental transactions. They were aware of their duty to declare and avoid any conflict of interest and took appropriate steps to prevent any potential or actual conflict of interest from arising. Sir, this is testimony to the integrity of our officers. I want to thank our officers for acting professionally and with integrity in carrying out their duties. I should add that the thorough investigations by CPIB proceeded smoothly because the persons interviewed, including ministers and their spouses, public officers, and private sector managing and property agents, they were forthcoming and cooperative, allowing the investigations to proceed smoothly. Third, the rental of the state properties at number 26 and number 31 Ridout Road by the SLA to Minister Shanmugam and Minister Balakrishnan did not deviate from the prevailing SLA guidelines and approaches in renting out black and white bungalows for residential purposes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this episode demonstrates the paramount importance of maintaining high standards of integrity and accountability in the government and nationally. The extensive questions posed by members from both sides of the House reflect the importance we place on the integrity and quality of Singapore's system of government. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let us continue, generation after generation, to instill strong values in our people, especially the men and women in politics and public service, to continue serving with integrity and excellence, even when no one is looking. I'll be ready to answer any clarifications that members may seek after my colleagues have made their statements. Thank you very much, sir.
Second Minister for Law, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and the Minister for Law will be making related ministerial statements. I will allow members to raise points of clarification on all four statements after the Minister for Law's statement. Second Minister for Law.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will respond to the remaining questions by members relating to the rentals of black and whites managed by the Singapore Land Authority, SLA. Specifically, I will address members' questions raised in relation to SLA's management of black and whites, and I will refer to the various parliamentary questions which I will address in the course of this speech. So the main issues raised in these remaining PQs are as follows. First, what is SLA's policy mandate and objectives in managing state properties, including black and whites? Why do we continue to maintain such a portfolio of older, historical properties? And what is SLA's management strategy for such properties? Specifically, what is the process by which residential black and whites are leased out? And finally, whether in the case of number 26 and 31 Ridout Road, SLA took any unusual steps or measures that deviated from its usual process. On this last point, the short answer is that SLA complied with all its procedures and requirements in these transactions. SLA adhered to its internal processes, guidelines, and requirements in leasing both properties. The properties were rented at market value, determined by an independent team of valuers who, as you heard from SM earlier, were not aware of the identities of the prospective tenants at the time of the transaction. SLA acted properly. It sought at all times to achieve a commercially viable outcome, which would secure its interests as landlord and also as manager of the state properties. In addition, Minister Shanmugam recused himself as Minister for Law from any decisions and discussions related to the issue of his own tenancy, should any matter arise. This is validated by the findings of the independent review conducted by SM, which you heard earlier, as well as the investigation by the CPIB. And members would have heard SM's speech in this House. These conclusions were reached after a rigorous investigation by CPIB, which also inquired into SLA's conduct as the landlord. Numerous SLA officers, both former and current, as well as SLA's property and managing agents, were interviewed by CPIB officers, some of them on multiple occasions. SLA's processes were closely reviewed, including through the requisition of contemporaneous documents ranging from emails, the leasing documents and approval chain, as well as to messages on private messaging applications. Following this investigation, CPIB found that the rules were applied fairly for both rental transactions. It was established that there was no evidence of corruption or wrongdoing in the two rental transactions of the Ridout Road state properties. The direct tenancy rules were applied fairly for both rental transactions. there was no corrupt intent on the part of any person or any inducement given to any individual involved in the processing of rentals. No preferential treatment was given to the ministers and their spouses. There was no disclosure of privileged information in the process, and there was also no evidence to suggest any abuse of position by the ministers for personal gain. Sir, to address the remaining PQs, I will organize my speech as follows. First, I will set out the contextual background against which members' questions arise, starting with a brief outline of the nature of black and whites, and explain the value which they have in Singapore as heritage properties having historical and architectural significance. I will then set out SLA's management strategy concerning these older heritage properties, including black and whites. Next, I will outline SLA's management approach to these properties, covering the questions of marketing, valuation, and leasing which members have raised. It would also be useful as we deal with these commercial questions to have regard to the state of the residential rental market at the relevant time, a question which Mr. Don Wee had posed. Finally, I'll deal with some specific queries raised in relation to the two leases for 26 and 31 Ridout Road, and also address SLA's approach in undertaking these transactions. Mr. Leong Man Wai, Mr. Don Wee, Mr. Gerald Giam, and Ms. Herting Roo have asked about SLA's management of black and white bungalows, including its plans for such black and whites, and the context in which they are maintained, including the broader development plans. Let me start with some background. SLA is the custodian of state land and property. One of its key roles is to optimize land resources for Singapore's economic and social development. SLA oversees the management of about 2,600 state properties in total. These include landed and non-landed residential properties, former schools, former army camps, and shop houses, for example. Within this portfolio of properties are older heritage bungalows, and this includes the black and whites. Some black and whites are also gazetted as conservation properties under the Planning Act, and consequently carry the obligations which are imposed on conservation properties. There are other properties which are accorded protected status whilst they are evaluated for conservation. Number 26 and 31 were designated on 29th November 1991 as conservation properties, and they were subsequently gazetted in 1992, as they are two rare and intact remaining historic bungalows built in the early 1900s, whose outstanding architectural quality represents the culture and lifestyle of a period in Singapore's history. Ms. Herting Roo had asked about parameters and guidelines for the grant of conservation status, as Singapore's Conservation Authority, the Urban Redevelopment Authority, the URA, is mandated to identify for protection and conservation properties in Singapore which are of his heritage value. URA conserves various categories of pre-war bungalows, amongst which the black and whites is one category. These are characterized by particular architectural style from the early 1900s and are visibly recognized by the black timber structural frame with white infill plastered walls. Hipped tile roofs with white overhang and extensive verandas are also common features. These bungalows are a part of Singapore's history. Some are located in areas where the British naval and air bases used to be, for example, Sembawang and Seletar. At present, there are 36 conserved black and whites, and a further 236 state-owned black and whites are marked for study, for conservation, and hence, in the meantime, they're protected. Both categories, whether you're conserved or protected, impose obligations on the property owner, such as respecting the key elements of the bungalows in the use of the bungalow, namely the roofs, the structural members, facades of the building, doors and windows, and significant interior features, including staircases, decorative moldings, double volume spaces. In assessing 26 and 31 Ridout Road for conservation, URA took into account the following. First, these are two intact remaining historic bungalows built in the early 1900s. And second, they are good examples of the black and white architectural style which had been built by the Public Works Department of the colonial British government, which was responsible for building infrastructure such as roads, bridges, irrigation works, and so on, as well as providing accommodation for government scholars who oversaw such works. In managing the older heritage properties, SLA aims to optimize their usage. At the same time, however, SLA also has to be responsible and mindful of maintaining these properties to meet their conservation and protection status. These bungalows were built around the early 1900s and so are about or more than 100 years old today, maintained in its original condition. They are located in a wide range of neighborhoods, both in the central as well as in other areas. Some of them are found in dedicated estates for black and whites, for example, Malcolm Road. Others are interspersed with other private residential properties that are non-black and whites, for example, in the Ridout Road estate. The development plans for these properties are ultimately guided by a few factors. We must first have regard to URA's master plan, which takes into account the intrinsic heritage value of the properties, amongst other factors. Specifically, the planning parameters assigned to areas with black and whites are important considerations. The planning parameters determine how such land can be used and for what purpose. For example, whether it can sustain high-intensity development, such as high-rise buildings, commercial developments, and so on. Or alternatively, whether it is zoned only for low-intensity landed properties only. Where possible, we will also consider if these properties can be modified for other uses or integrated as part of new developments with a view to rejuvenating and revitalizing the area. This allows for modernization of the estate while preserving the property's core heritage value. In addition, we also take into account that these properties, which are dated to begin with, will require more maintenance and upkeep, and this will cost more. Second, these lands are part of our reserves. Singapore's overall portfolio of state assets comprise financial and physical assets. Our physical assets include state lands. The state should be able to keep land parcels as a block where appropriate, and this will give URA sufficient planning latitude. So these are the considered decisions that takes into account a balance of factors, including, as I said, the URA master plan. Specifically, for a heritage bungalow, there is the building itself. It has heritage and historical value. There's also the land on which the building sits and the areas adjacent to the building. How this land is utilized is also considered in the context of the URA master plan, which sets out a suite of planning parameters to guide our land use to meet our nation's needs. In addition to preserving land, which is part of our reserves, we also manage the land use to cater to Singapore's land needs in areas such as housing, education, and commercial uses. Accordingly, over time, SLA has carefully broadened the usage and deployment of these properties to meet the evolving needs of Singapore. A judicious balance is necessary, particularly between protecting heritage properties in Singapore and redeveloping them altogether. Hence, while we continue to retain some of the heritage bungalows for their original residential use on the rental market, some others have been demolished as a cluster to make way for newer developments. Others have been repurposed for different uses, such as commercial and retail, or, for example, F&B. With these parameters in mind, the government has sought to repurpose our heritage bungalows for various alternative uses, and I thought it would be illustrative for me to cite some examples in this House for members to appreciate. At the Gallop extension to the Singapore Botanic Gardens, the bungalow at 5 Gallop Road has been repurposed as a forest discovery centre. This is a public space and serves as a picturesque backdrop to popular picnic grounds for the public. I'm sure some or more members have visited the centre. A standalone black and white at Basun Pa Road, which used to house the executive of a rubber estate, is under study to be conserved and integrated within a new HDB residential area. This was reported in the media in August 2022. Rochester Park and Nepal Park were developed by the British in the early 1950s to house officers and their families. The area was given conservation status in 2010. 12 conserved bungalows at Rochester Park have been put to new users at Rochester Commons, a new integrated campus-style development in One North by Capital Land. And on this occasion, SLA also works and partners with a private sector partner to develop the space and to placemake Rochester Commons. Standing on a 2.4-hectare site, the mixed development will have an office tower, hotel, as well as 12 conserved bungalows, which are retained in its form, the bungalows itself, with F&B and office users. Such properties are not only being used, such meaning heritage properties, are not only being used for purely commercial purposes. For instance, bungalows have been also converted to kindergartens and also, in some cases, serves as a shelter for women undergoing unsupported pregnancies. So we look at a broad range of uses, F&B, commercial, and in some cases, social as well. In other cases, larger sites, where possible, bearing in mind the circumstances and the location and the master plan, a larger site comprising more properties might well be suitable for a wider scale redevelopment. So for instance, a cluster of 174 black and whites in Seletar Camp were previously demolished to make way for an industrial park. As I said, one has to bear in mind the specific context in which the estate is found and also the master plan. If the black and whites are located amidst or amongst a landed enclave, such as in Ridout Road or perhaps Nassim Road, an area that is zoned for landed properties, removing the black and whites or redeveloping them and the land around it would not change the area much. The cleared land can only then be similarly used for low-intensity development. It would not be possible to put the site to other users, for example, some of those examples and occasions that I cited earlier. Accordingly to Mr. Gerald Giams and to Ms. Herting-Ru's questions about the government's development plans for black and whites, these plans are driven by master planning considerations, taking into account specific circumstances of each set of properties, where they're located, but also bearing in mind the intrinsic heritage value and the possible uses that might be made of not just the building, but of the location and the site. One also has to be sensitive to the surrounding vicinity. As I mentioned, you can't intersperse commercial activities amidst low-intensity development spots. And within that entire framework, SLA seeks to optimize social outcomes and occupancy, and ultimately to generate revenue where possible. These plans also seek to strike a balance between the preservation of heritage and the need to reallocate land for other uses. Another related question raised is why not break down a large plot of land and sell it in smaller parcels? Singapore's approach to land sales is primarily based on planning and development needs, and not mainly to maximize land sales proceeds. This is a considered decision that takes into account various factors. URA, through the master plan, assesses the best users of the land in the overall context of land allocation in Singapore. The planning considerations I've spent some time outlining are also relevant, and it is not always tenable to break up land into smaller parcels situated side by side, but then each having a different land use. It would not place-make, and it may in some cases conflict. The users may conflict with one another. In addition, the state should be able to keep land parcels as a block, where appropriate, as part of its land bank. And as I mentioned, this gives URA maximum planning latitude when it comes to future master plans. Mr. Leong Man Wai and Mr. Leon Pereira asked about the maintenance of black and whites. As I mentioned above, a portfolio of such black and whites are kept as residential housing. They are leased out, they're not sold on a rental basis. They are also subject to conservation and protection requirements. I would add that particularly for conserved black and whites and those which are protected whilst being studied for conservation, SLA invests a significant amount in upkeeping and maintaining the properties. A key reason for the cost is the nature of the conservation requirements for such properties. They are much older than the average property in Singapore and require a lot more care by way of renovation and maintenance. This is consistent with other similar conserved buildings in Singapore, which have to comply with the relevant guidelines imposed on them as a result of either their conservation or their protected status. The requirements to maintain a conservation property apply to many aspects of the property and are very specific. For example, the guidelines will spell out the restoration requirements for the conserved building and the alteration works that can be considered, and the interfacing zone between the conserved building and the new additions, if any, around the area. The restoration guidelines will specify details such as the design, location, and material that can be used for all key elements such as the roofs, building facades, the outhouse, floors, staircases, internal finishes, building colors, and even in the context of air conditioning and exhaust fans. Renovation and refurbishment of a conserved residential property put up for rent is thus not just to ensure that it is in a tenantable condition, but also to comply with the relevant guidelines which protect the heritage value of the property. When renovating a conserved or protected building, there is significant prescription on how the works and renovations are to be done. Features such as the beams and roof of the property must remain unaffected to the extent that they reflect the architectural value of the property, which was the reason it was identified for conservation in the first place. Besides the renovations required under conservation obligations, the interior and facilities of most black and whites also require upgrading. Many black and whites are more than 100 years old, and they are not like modern detached houses. Most black and whites lack modern amenities, which we often take for granted, and require significant effort to retrofit. For example, some may lack air conditioning, water heaters, or even cooking hobs. Members have seen pictures of some black and whites over the last couple of weeks in the press, and you will see that the condition of these properties prior to tenancy, especially if they have been vacant for a prolonged period, is fairly obvious from the pictures. Therefore, quite often, incoming tenants have to undertake capital expenditure to upgrade the unit to raise it to modern standards. But the conservation requirements that I just outlined often impose constraints on how far a tenant can retrofit the properties in question. Also, unlike owners of a property, tenants can only enjoy the benefits of retrofitting for the duration of the tenancy. It is a standard term in such leases that when the tenancy lapses, the property and everything that is upgraded by the tenant at his cost will be returned to SLA, if SLA wishes to keep the upgrade. This clause also appears in the tenancies of both 26 and 31 Ridout Road. In such cases, there is therefore a need to find a tenant that is prepared to invest capital to upgrade the unit to meet modern-day amenities, except that the benefits of these investments can only be enjoyed for the duration of the tenancy and take on the risk of a higher rental price to renew or not renewing and writing off the costs of the capital expenditure altogether. This limits the pool of prospective tenants for black and whites. Most tenants would prefer a ready-to-move-in property, which they can furnish and almost immediately occupy, and not have to fork out capital expenditure. To address this challenge, SLA has been adjusting the structure of tenancies to provide more flexibility. I'll give members some example. In suitable cases where tenants are prepared to commit larger sums of capital expenditure to enhance the properties, SLA has been prepared to grant tenancies of 5 plus 4 years. So 5 plus 4 instead of the 3 plus 3 plus 3, so that there's a longer lead time in the initial tenancy period to recover the amortized cost of the capex. This ties in with the larger goal of maximizing occupancy whilst ensuring that tenants are able to keep up and maintain the properties, and where possible, also enhance and add to the property through the tenant's capital expenditure. In addition, SLA is also studying the feasibility of extending even longer leasehold periods, for example, 30 or 60 years, in an estate en bloc, so that a private developer can come in as the master leaseholder and rejuvenate the entire estate and then be able to upkeep the properties in the meantime, as well as reap the benefits over a longer lease period. These are various measures which SLA is taking, amongst others, to manage the category of bungalows that are within its management portfolio to maximize opportunities for the state to benefit from these properties. Mr. Donby had asked about the rental state of state-owned heritage properties benchmarked against the private residential market. Sir, the valuation of residential black and white properties for rental is dependent on various factors. First, the gross floor area, or GFA, is a guiding component in determining the rent. GFA represents the available live-in space for the tenant. As between GFA and land area, the former usually has a larger impact on the marketability of the property. Other factors, such as condition of the property and location, are also relevant. In his report, SM Teo has set out the comparable rental and occupancy rates for both state-owned black and whites as well as private properties. The following additional points can also be gleaned. Rental trends of black and whites tend to follow the general rental market trends. For the relevant period 2017 through to 2019, market conditions were weak and generally on a downward trajectory. This is evident from URA's rental index for landed properties, which showed a consistent softening of the rental market from 2015 to 2020. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute a handout which shows the URA rental index for landed properties?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Members can also access the handout through the app on their mobile devices. So members will see that this is data available from URA. It shows the rental index from 2015 through to first quarter 2023, roughly by a quarter basis. The demand for leasing generally and black and whites specifically was much lower at that time in the period 2017 to 2019 compared to today. The occupancy rate of state properties have generally moved in tandem with market conditions. Rents of private detached homes and black and whites typically trended in the same direction from 2012 to 2019, though the former plunged more severely from 2020 to third quarter 2022 and recovered more aggressively from late 2022 to 2023. This trend also has a direct correlation to the occupancy rates at the Ridout properties. In January 2018, the occupancy at Ridout Estate was 71%. This increased to 100% occupancy in January 2022 and has stayed at 100% since that time. In 2019, 4 tenants out of 14 black and whites in the vicinity requested to pre-terminate their tenancies. Since 2020, no tenant has requested a pre-termination. When the rents of land area of private detached homes in good class bungalows or GCB areas is compared against black and whites, there is also a significant divergence. The average land rent per square foot per month for private detached homes in GCB areas is between 3 to 5 times higher compared to the comparable rent for land area for black and whites. One reason for this is, of course, the average land area for black and whites are usually larger than private detached homes in GCB areas. So with that background, let me turn to the various questions raised on SLA's management of black and whites. Various members of this House, including Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Murali Pillay, Mr. Donby, Ms. Hazel Pua, Mr. Leon Pereira, have asked about aspects of the process by which SLA manages such leases. Mr. Sito Ipin also asked about SLA's standard tenancy operating procedures. Let me deal with those. So, SLA manages land resources for Singapore's economic and social development. Therefore, SLA supports social users even whilst it seeks to maximize occupancy of black and whites. Managing black and whites, like any portfolio of real estate assets, requires an appreciation of market conditions and its dynamics, and being adaptable to the demands of the market. In respect of its portfolio of black and whites, some properties are managed directly by SLA, and others are managed by managing agents. SLA diversifies the management of its portfolio to include private sector managing agents, as they are professional organizations experienced in managing properties in the public and private markets. In addition to their expertise, they have their own networks and portals through which they can market the properties that they are managing. This allows SLA to access a wider market. SLA works closely with its SMEs, who are incentivized by the terms of the arrangement to maximize occupancy and drive rentals, as well as to reduce costs. The MEs are given a broad discretion to manage the properties, consulting SLA from time to time as may be necessary, depending on the particular circumstances of each case. It is not uncommon for SLA to become involved in handling the management of a property under the ME's purview. For example, when there are requests which go beyond the scope of an MA's mandate. For example, when the scope of works to be done exceeds the usual works that would be done by the MA, or where discussions arise on issues that the MA does not typically handle, such as privacy, security, and other issues. This is when the MA, which serves as the agent, goes back to the principal, in this case SLA, for directions. When marketing a property, the aim is to maximize occupancy, which the MAs are incentivized to do under the terms of their agreement with SLA. As with all forms of marketing and advertising, it is necessary to adapt the strategy to match prevailing market conditions. The general market practice in the real estate industry is that when market conditions are good and demand exceeds supply, almost all vacant properties will be posted on public platforms. In the case of state properties, this will be the State Property Information Online Portal, or referred to in its abbreviation as SPIO. This is because in a buoyant market with strong interest, take-up will be likely. When property market conditions are poor, however, and supply exceeds demand, or if occupancy in certain estates is low, SLA and its MAs would avoid listing all vacant properties online. Listing all properties would result in them visibly competing for the limited demand. This runs the risk of driving the price down, depressing outcomes for the landlord. In respect of property marketing, today, all residential state properties available for rent are listed on SPIO. They are listed for at least 14 days. This practice was implemented following a review in August 2022, taking into account prevailing market conditions at that time. At the material time in 2018-2019, there was no requirement to list all the properties on SPIO. SLA and its MA had the discretion on whether to list the properties they manage on SPIO. For completeness and context, let me explain SLA's policy and thinking on whether to list its properties on SPIO, driven by the prevailing market conditions. In 2007, experiencing high demand, SLA required open bidding, which in turn necessitated all residential properties managed by its MAs to be put on the SPIO. Later, the market softened. The success rates of residential state properties allocated through open bidding dropped. SLA then adjusted its policy to allow direct letting for specified estates, particularly those with less than 80% occupancy. SLA's MAs had the discretion to decide how to market the properties which were under that portfolio to maximize outcomes. In August 2022, as the market revived and picked up, SLA reverted to requiring all properties to be listed on SPIO. I should add that these are operational concerns decided by SLA. The usual methods employed by the managing agents to market properties include listing available properties on property portals, circulating the relevant information through its own network of agents, listing on social media as appropriate, and placing to lease or to let signs on the properties itself. The Ridout Road estate was managed by two professional MAs at the relevant time. Number 26 and 31 Ridout Road were managed by the same agent, and that was DTZ, Facilities and Engineering Singapore Limited, and they were managing it up to 31st March 2018. And subsequently, from 1st April, Colliers International took over as managing agent. In both these cases, as was the case for the entire Ridout Road estate, the MAs decided how the properties would be marketed. They could also tap into, and they did, their network of private agents, advertise on social media and so on, and allow for there to be this exchange of information between agents who might, for example, in some cases, choose to co-broke the marketing of a property. Mr. Zulkarnain had asked what steps were taken by SLA to market the two properties to be leased. As highlighted, both of them were under the same MA, and they decided on the best way to market them. For number 26 Ridout Road, it was marketed by the MA from the time the previous tenant pre-terminated in December 2013. The usual methods, as I've outlined above, would have been carried out. However, there were no offers. The MA then decided to undertake some minor works to make the property more presentable to prospective tenants. This was done around late 2016. Thereafter, the property was marketed by the MA again, and the usual methods of marketing would have been deployed. The MAs also broadcast the property to their network of private agents who deal with and transact in such properties. For number 31, Ridout Road, the MA took the usual methods of marketing as I've outlined above. In this case, it chose to list the property on SPIO. In addition, it also granted a local film company access to film an interactive arts performance at the property. This was then used opportunistically to also showcase the property. This process for both properties was consistent with the approach taken by SLA in all other properties marketed by MAs, with the MAs exercising discretion on how to market the property. So let me now turn to valuation. Upon successful marketing, when a prospective tenant makes an inquiry, it will be necessary to conduct a valuation to ascertain the valuation of the property being considered for leasing. These valuations are conducted by professional valuers within the MA or the SLA, respectively. The valuation team uses established industry principles and methods for valuation. Factors such as location, use, floor area, physical condition of the property, and prevailing market conditions will be taken into account. The SLA valuation team operates separately and independently from the team in charge of leasing. So typically, the leasing team would submit a request for valuation of a particular property, setting out the parameters of the proposed lease of the property, and the valuation team will then determine the guide rent for the property. SLA's valuation team uses the direct comparison method when undertaking valuations. This is an accepted industry methodology for rental valuations. The premise is that a potential tenant would be willing to pay similar rent to a comparable property that is available for rental, and this gives a good gauge of the market. Hence, when valuing a black and white bungalow, a comparable property is considered, which takes into account the factors identified earlier: location, floor area, condition, and so on. The valuation team also has regard to the prevailing market conditions and other contextual factors. For instance, in a falling market, such as in 2018, the valuer takes into account the trends in the neighboring comparable properties, making adjustments for outliers where appropriate. The valuation is for the purposes of determining the guide rent for a given property. The independent SLA valuation team, which looks at valuation for black and whites, will assess the market value and give the leasing division a baseline that must be achieved for the property in question. They, meaning the SLA valuation team, do not know the identities of the prospective tenants or the actual rents eventually negotiated by the parties. I turn now to the final aspect in managing black and whites, the leasing process. Mr. Leong Man Wai, Mr. Murali Pillay, and Mr. Leon Pereira have raised specific questions on SLA's bidding process, including how long the bidding was open for 26 Ridout Road after Minister Shanmugam's bid was received. In general, there are two modalities for leasing of all residential state properties, and that includes black and whites. The first is open bidding, the other is direct letting. In this case, both 26 and 31 were allocated on the basis of direct letting. Let me explain these two modalities. Today, under an open bidding application, the property will be listed on SPIO for at least 14 days. This is called the notice period. Thereafter, there is a 5-day bidding window. During the notice period, either SLA or the MA, depending on which property is being asked about, whether it's under their portfolio or otherwise, will then organize open houses for the property in question. Once the bidding window closes, the tenancy is offered to the highest bidder. This is subject to the bid meeting the guide rent and satisfying other due diligence checks on the bidder. The guide rent is not revealed to the bidders or the agents in this process. On Mr. Louis Chua's question as to the publication of tender awards on SLA's website, the highest bid rent in tender and tender results are published on SPIO for 6 months. Ms. Hazel Phua asked about the reason for this 6-month period. The short answer is that after 6 months, valuations will be outdated as the market might have shifted and the information is less market relevant. The second modality is direct letting. Under direct letting, the MA or SLA receives the bid offers directly. Their offers can be accepted if the bids meet or exceed the prevailing guidelines. These offers are not published. The decision as to whether to allocate specific properties to direct letting or open bidding within an estate for which direct letting is permitted is left to the discretion of the relevant MA or the SLA portfolio manager. In making this decision, the following trend is considered. Estates identified for direct letting are generally one of two categories: those with low occupancy rates, or which otherwise have been assessed to benefit from direct letting due to their specific circumstances. One example will be where, in an estate where many units have become available at the same time together, such that there is bidding fatigue from the earlier batches of estates that were released. Ms. Hazel Phua asked if SLA was aware of the identity behind the bid for the leasing of number 26 Ridout Road. The answer is yes. SLA has to know the identity of the prospective tenant in order to process and assess the bid. But the SLA Evaluation Department and the SLA Valuer who assessed the guide rent on number 26 Ridout Road did not know that the prospective tenant was Minister Shanmugam. As CPIB has established, the Valuer did not even know that Minister Shanmugam and SLA had settled on a rent of 26,500 per month. She had assessed the guide rent not knowing the identity of the prospective tenant or what was the rent he had already agreed to pay. Mr. Leong Man Wai asked whether President's agreement is required when not awarding state properties to the highest bidder. This issue does not arise in the context of the rental of state properties that I've outlined. For state land and state properties, the President's agreement is required if such land or properties are to be disposed of below fair market value, such that there will be a draw on past reserves. The grant of tenancies of state properties by SLA is not a disposal of state properties. Next, let me turn to the works on the properties. Mr. Leong Man Wai and Mr. Leon Pereira have asked about the improvement and maintenance works carried out at both properties. Let me explain this. For context, members will recall that both properties have been gazetted for conservation, and SLA is responsible for the maintenance works based on the restoration and conservation guidelines that I mentioned earlier. Let me illustrate what this means with a few examples relevant to the two properties. For the main roof, the original profile, pitch, height, eaves, and projection have to be retained and restored. Owners are required to keep the original roof tile material, color, and profile if it is a unique feature of the building. Structural strengthening or supports like steel or reinforced concrete roof beams, if required to be added, have to be done in a way which is sensitively designed to minimize visual impact on the traditional timber system to be retained. Another example is the architectural features of the building facades. The original fan lights, windows, doors, and vents are to be retained and restored. Internally, owners may be required to keep such original finishes of the internal ceiling, wall, and floor that give a distinctive character to the building. Thus, all works have to be done in a manner which preserves the architectural style and features of the black and white bungalows as defined by URA. And all of this has a significant impact on the cost of the repairs. Therefore, SLA's practice is to engage an external consultant to assess the state of the property and determine the works which have to be done, bearing in mind the relevant conservation guidelines. While these works are done in periodic cycles, where practical, SLA tries to do them in the lead-up to a confirmed tenancy to avoid existing tenants and also to ensure that the cost of these works can be recovered from a prospective tenant. For number 26, SLA engaged a consultant who had experience in dealing with heritage properties to survey the property and identify the necessary works to be done. And I would add that this consultant was engaged before a bid was made for 26 Ridout Road. The works identified by the external consultant were in the nature of structural items such as timber beams, rafters and columns, and other heritage features. Together, this aspect, as assessed by the external consultant, cost about $375,000 out of the total amount of $515,400 incurred by number 26 Ridout Road. A similar building management inspection was also undertaken by an external consultant for number 31 Ridout Road, and the works to be done were identified and proposed by the consultant. This included extensive works to the roof, which was assessed to be in a bad state, as well as for other heritage features. For number 31, these works, as recommended by the consultant, cost around $452,000 out of the total of $570,500 spent on number 31. In addition, SLA also did the usual sprucing up works prior to the commencement of a tenancy. These are the usual works done shortly before the property is handed over to a new tenant to ensure that the property is habitable. For number 26, the works included painting, pest control, and the removal of mold. All of this cost around $140,000. For number 31, the works included general repairs to the staircase, the perimeter of the house, fixing windows, painting, and pest control, and in this case also snake combing. The total cost of these sprucing up works for number 31 cost around $118,000. The works done by SLA were in keeping with SLA's general practices, as I described earlier in my speech. On the clearance of the additional land for 26 Ridout Road, as I mentioned, the costs were fully recovered from the tenant by amortizing it through the rental collected over the period of tenancy. Turning to the works done by the tenants themselves, Minister Shanmugam offered to and did invest in substantial improvement works to the property. This included a new air conditioning system, building a new car park shelter, constructing a swimming pool, installing garden lights, and upgrading the toilets, as well as adding trees and other planting. Minister Shanmugam spent in excess of $400,000 on these improvement works. All improvement works undertaken by the tenant become the property of the landlord and revert to state ownership when the property is returned to SLA. This, as I mentioned earlier, is an established practice for all tenancies requiring capital expenditure. These works are in the nature of capital expenditure, and they seek to enhance the value of the properties. Dr. Balakrishnan similarly undertook improvement works with a cost of around $200,000, including installing air conditioning, upgrading the toilets, building a pavilion as an extension of the property's garage. Many trees were also planted. URA approved the retention of the pavilion as it did not affect the facade of the conserved building. Next, Ms. Hazel Phua and Mr. Leon Pereira have asked about the trees within the two properties that were felled. Both properties are located within the tree conservation area. Any tree within a tree conservation area with more than a 1 meter girth would require NParks approval to be felled. Prior to the tenancy of number 26 Ridout Road, trees of less than 1 meter girth were removed by SLA as part of the clearing of the additional land. NParks' approval were not required for these trees. After the tenancy commenced, the tenant periodically raised concerns about the structural and health conditions of the older trees, including in one instance after a neighbor expressed concerns about safety. There were legitimate concerns that some trees, such as decayed trees and those with poor vigor or structural defects, would pose safety issues. This, in fact, was the specific issue that Minister Shanmugam was concerned about, and which explained why he was not keen to have the additional vegetated land fenced into his tenancy. The legal obligations arising from any mishaps or failure to maintain the land properly within the tenancy boundary falls on the tenant. On each occasion, before any decision about the tree, any of the trees felled was made, an arborist was brought in for tree inspection. For the trees that were removed, the reports found evidence of various problems that pose safety concerns, such as wound decay on main trunks and on buttress roots. 19 trees of girth size more than 1 meter were removed on various occasions since the tenancy commenced about 4.5 years ago, each time upon feedback that the trees may pose safety issues. For 18 of the 19 trees, there were independent arborist reports. These reports set out the condition of the tree in detail and found either decayed buttress roots, structural defects, termite infestations, poor structural form and vigor, or severe leaning resulting in high potential for failure. The reports were the basis upon which approval was then sought and obtained from NParks for every one of these 19 trees. NParks also conducted site visits to inspect the trees in person where necessary, and it was only thereafter that the trees were removed. The one tree which did not require an arborist report had been felled in bad weather. NParks approval was obtained to fell or remove the rest of the tree that had already fallen. The MA has also replaced 17 trees in a property over the last 5 years, and the tenant has also replanted trees in a property in addition to those replaced by the MA at his cost. Number 31 Ridout Road was also in the tree conservation area. Likewise, felling of any trees with more than a 1 meter girth needs NParks approval. Approval was granted by NParks to remove 24 such trees after an independent arborist assessment showed that these trees were at risk of failure and posed safety concerns. Likewise, the trees were felled after NParks gave the approval, and this was done prior to the start of the tenancy. So as I wrap up, I would like to address members Mr. Sito Ipin and Ms. Hazel Pua's questions about whether SLA had deviated from its usual processes in the rental of the two properties. Mr. Murali Pillai also asked if the process was fair, transparent, and competitive. So let me go back to CBIB's conclusions. It found no evidence of corruption or wrongdoing in either of the two rental transactions. It had examined the direct letting of the properties to Ministers Shanmugam and Vivian and found that they were applied fairly. The internal processes and standards as regards marketing, valuation, and leasing were adhered to scrupulously by SLA, with no preferential treatment being given to either minister. The ministers had access only to publicly available information concerning the leases. I've described in detail how SLA handled the process. For both properties, offers of rental were made which met the guide rent. In addition, both tenants would be making substantial capital expenditure to renovate and enhance the properties. SLA would then be able to retain these enhancements at the end of the tenancy period. This would add value to any subsequent tenancy for SLA and also be set off against the works which SLA had to undertake to renovate and refurbish the properties which I had taken members through. It should also be borne in mind that both these offers were made at a time when the rental market in Singapore was depressed. The previous tenant of number 26, Ridout Road, had pre-terminated their lease, and no viable offers were received in the intervening period for either property. In addition, in the case of number 26, Ridout Road, the cost of maintaining the additional heavily vegetated land would then fall on the tenant, and this would have been in the order of $25,000 per year. In these circumstances, there was every reasonable commercial basis for SLA to have entered into those transactions. The terms of both leases were standard and did not contain any unusual clauses. They were entirely at arm's length and did not deviate from usual processes. The specific valuer handling the request for valuation did not know the potential tenant, and SMTO has explained how Minister Shanmugam has removed himself from the chain of command and decision-making process. So one last question to address, and that's Mr. Gerald Giam's question on whether the bidding process at SLA is audited by AGO. AGO conducts annual audits for government financial statements, and this includes receipts collected by SLA on MinLaw's behalf. These receipts include rental income from state land and buildings. The government financial statements audit does not cover the revenue tendering process of state properties, as the audit objective in that case is to ascertain whether the receipts reported are accurate. However, in addition to the annual audits, AGO also carries out selective audits of statutory boards in rotation. AGO last audited SLA in financial year 2018-2019. This covered the period April 2016 through to June 2018. In a selective audit, AGO has the discretion to decide what areas they choose to audit using a risk-based approach, and also decide on the specific timing and time frame of such audits. So I've sketched out how all parties concerned operated in accordance with their usual processes and procedures. I thank members for their questions. It has provided me with an opportunity to lay out the facts clearly, fully, relating to these two tenancies. I welcome any further clarifications that members may have subsequently. Thank you, sir.
Minister Vivian Balakrishnan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will explain why and how my family came to rent the property at 31 Ridout Road. My wife and I have 4 children, aged between 34 to 17. By 2018, 2 of them were married, and we were blessed with 2 grandchildren, and were expecting more to come. We decided to try to bring the entire extended family together under one roof whilst the grandchildren were still young. I think older members will appreciate that attempting to do this requires consent and concurrence of the son-in-law, the daughter-in-law, and it also means each nuclear family has to live with their children in the same bedroom. My children agreed, and we began this journey. We were aware at that time that there were hundreds of rustic black and white bungalows scattered throughout Singapore, some of them a century old. We had also done some initial due diligence. We went through the SPIO website, the State Properties Information Office website. So we had a sense of the market at that point in time. And of course, members also know that if you go back to 2018, the rental market, in fact, was declining. So in September 2018, my wife was visiting a friend and happened to drive past the property at number 31, and there was a prominent for lease sign with a phone number. She called the number, turned out to be a property agent from Colliers International Consultancy and Valuation Private Limited. The property agent showed her several black and white properties in the vicinity and indicated an asking rent of $19,000 for 31 Ridout Road. However, the property had been vacant for many years. Later on, we discovered it had in fact been vacant since, I think, July 2013. And unfortunately, was in an advanced state of disrepair. Just to give you an idea of what it looked like then, the roof was leaking. The wooden floor upstairs had holes so you could see downstairs from upstairs. The staircase, the wooden fixtures in it were rotting. There was major termite infestation, and it was the first time in my life I'd seen termite mounds in the garden. And it was obvious that extensive repairs would have been necessary to make the house livable. Around the property itself, there were several large trees which in fact had uprooted, collapsed, damaged the fence, and the undergrowth was unkempt. Actually, we saw snakes both inside and outside the house. And there were also 3 adjacent properties that were undergoing comprehensive rebuilding with all the associated noise and dust. So we went into this with our eyes open. The asking rent was $19K. We said, okay, we will offer $19K, but we wanted essential repairs of the house to be conducted and upgrading of the toilets. And for this to be done by the landlord, the managing agent, before we took over the property. The managing agent from Colliers rejected this offer. Subsequently, I should say they rejected the offer because they said upgrading the toilets would constitute improvement of the property. So anyway, they said no. Subsequently, we agreed to bear the cost of improving upgrading the toilets at our expense. In fact, we have since spent more than $200,000 on a variety of improvement works to the property. And we also know that all this money that has been spent cannot be recovered when the tenancy expires. In other words, we accepted the asking rent stipulated by the property agent and the limited scope of works proposed by the managing agent. You know, I should say, as Minister for Foreign Affairs, this is not a good example of, how shall I put it, of strenuous negotiations, because we basically gave in to what was asked in the first place. But I should say that when I conduct foreign affairs, I'm a far sharper negotiator. Anyway, Colliers subsequently sent a standard tenancy agreement for 3 + 2 + 2 years, and this was signed, I think, in October 2019 by my wife. I should say, right up to this point, we were not aware of the guide rent. We were not even aware that there had been 2 prior bids in July and August 2018. And the 2 prior bids were at $12,000 and at $5,000. I wasn't aware of this until CPIB published its report. You know, arguably, maybe we should have held out longer. But never mind. The point is, we signed. In 2022, my wife requested and was granted a renewal for a second term, this time of 3 + 2 years. The rental was increased. We currently pay $20,000 a month. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me conclude my brief statement. My wife and I were acutely aware that although we were dealing with Colliers' property agent, the ultimate counterparty to our tenancy agreement was the government of Singapore. At all times, we were scrupulously careful to ensure that everything was above board. I must say the agent from Colliers and all the staff from SLA have always conducted themselves professionally and with utmost integrity in all their engagements with us. And we should be grateful that we have civil servants and people from the private sector who act as our agents, who behave and conduct themselves to this standard, because this maintains the integrity of our system. I'll be happy to take questions later from members, but thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Minister K Shanmugam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, there have been many questions asked about the Ridout tenancies. I welcome the scrutiny, the questions, because financial integrity and probity are critical for Singapore and for anyone standing up here. Without that, we will be finished as a country. And even though I hadn't factored in a CPIB interview as part of my job description, together with the caution, I believe it to be important. As a member of the government, I think it's important that I'm held accountable to Singaporeans and to subject myself and this matter to scrutiny. That is how our system works and must continue to work. No one is above the law. CPIB has investigated on whether I've had any unfair benefit. The CPIB investigations have made clear there was no preferential treatment or abuse of position. The rules were followed. Proper market rental was paid. And Senior Minister Teo's report also makes clear there was no conflict of interest. That is a key point, and I'll come back to that. I'll now answer some questions people have raised with me. Some of these questions relate to the choices I made and which are very private. Many will appreciate that the choice of a person's home is typically a personal and private matter. But I am mindful that as an elected official whose authority is conferred on me by the trust of Singaporeans, the lines between what is personal and public may not always be clear, so I will speak of them. The questions I will deal with are: 1, why am I living in a rented place in the first place? Why am I not living in my own house? 2, am I making some money renting out my own property while I live in a house rented from the state? 3, the size of the land surrounding the Ridout house. And 4, what the Ridout house is like. And 5, was there a conflict of interest? First, why am I renting? I am renting because I decided to put my family home, where I was living before June 2018, up for sale. In 2016, I was approaching my 60s, age-wise. I reviewed my finances, realized that too much of my savings were tied up in my family home. I had bought the house using my previous income as a lawyer before I became a minister. When I bought my family home, I had assumed a future stream of income based on what I was earning in the private sector. After I became a minister, my income changed, and thus I found too much of my savings was tied up in one house. I was advised it would be wiser not to have most of one's savings in one asset, so I decided to put my family home for sale. Before I proceed further, let me make it clear, I did not consider selling my own home because of financial need. That wasn't the case. And I also do not regret having foregone my previous earnings as a senior counsel. It is a privilege to be in public service, and if I'm asked, I'll make the same choice again. So to prepare for the sale, I decided to move out from my family home and live in a rental property. I looked at several rental properties, including black and white houses. I've long liked black and white houses, and eventually in 2018, I decided to make an offer for 26 Ridout Road. I didn't know the guide rent. I told my agent to assess how much I should offer based on surrounding properties. My agent advised me that $25,000 a month would be a fair offer based on rentals for similar properties at that time, and taking into account the built-up area and the condition of the property. So we offered $25,000. I told my agent I should not be paying less than what my neighbors paid, but I'm not sure exactly when I told him that. SLA came back with a counter offer of $26,500, which we accepted without further negotiations. I had no idea when I accepted SLA's counter offer what the guide rent or the minimum rent was. These were decisions internal to SLA that I wasn't privy to. Around the same time, I also rented out my family home while deciding on the sale. It took me a while to decide to sell, and then COVID intervened. My family home was put on the market in November 2021. I'll move to the second question now. It has been asked, am I renting out my family home and in turn living at 26 Ridout Road so that I can make some money from the rental difference? The first point, I'm paying market rent for now, number 26, and that is the critical point. But I will add, in fact, the answer is no. I'm not making any money from the difference in rentals. I pay for the rental of 26 Ridout Road, mostly from renting out my family home, but taking into account property tax, because the family home is now non-owner occupied, and 2, income tax on the rental proceeds, there is a net deficit. I top up the deficit. I am in essence using my previous lawyer's income to pay for the rental for 26 Ridout Road. Based on my current income, I would not have offered to rent 26 Ridout Road. That is based on my personal approach to finances. I should add, my family home, I think some people know, is a GCB. So I moved from there for the reasons that I have explained. Next, some have asked about the size of the land area. I think the facts have been explained. I did not want the extra land, about 150,000 square feet, which is now part of the lease. Indeed, I offered to maintain that land outside of the house boundary at my own cost, because if the outside land was not properly maintained, there would be serious problems for me. But I did not want it as part of the lease. My reason, if you own a landed property, you want a large land area. You benefit from the capital appreciation. But if you're a tenant, any land under your lease becomes your own responsibility, and thus an additional land area of 150,000 square feet means additional legal responsibility. For example, there are large trees in the property. If any of them fell, it could be serious. And that is not theoretical. In 2017, a tree fell on someone in the Botanic Gardens. A person died, even though the tree had just been inspected and assessed to be healthy the year before. Another issue, mosquitoes. The larger your land, the greater the responsibility for potential health risks, including mosquitoes. I didn't need the land and didn't want it. In fact, to explain my thinking, I'll read out parts of an email which I sent to my agent. And I put out a draft for him to send to SLA. It reads, we have also been discussing the surrounding land. Our client is concerned about the thick vegetation in the shaded area and the disamenities from that land, mosquitoes, and very real likelihood of snakes. There will be other animals, but that might be a lesser concern. Currently, SLA maintains this area. Our client will like to propose that the undergrowth in the parts shaded yellow be cleared, leaving only mature trees. Our client will then be happy to maintain this area at his own cost. This will give him some comfort on the health and safety issues, while it will save SLA the cost of maintenance of the land. Our client proposes that this arrangement be subject to termination with some notice if either party finds it not feasible for any reason. The email was not sent in the end because the contents were communicated at a meeting. But SLA took the position that if I wanted to maintain the surrounding land had to be part of the lease. I did not want to negotiate and agreed to this. Even now, if SLA agrees to take back the extra land, which is more than 60% of the total, I would be extremely happy to give it up. And I would be happy to maintain it if SLA agrees, because that's what I wanted to do in the first place. Pay for the maintenance, but not include the extra land and continue paying the rent we had agreed to until the end of the current contract. Next question, there's been some speculation about the interiors at 26 Ridout Road. After this session, I will share with members and the public some photos of the house before I moved in. These photos were taken by my agent to point out some problem areas to SLA before the tenancy. I will also include current photos of the same places in the house for comparison. Minister Edwin has explained the works that SLA normally does and did. The photos have explanatory notes on the works done by SLA and the works done by me. They are indicative to give us sense of the state of the house and some of the works that were done. There are very few photos. They are not comprehensive. We don't have a full set of the photos on the original condition of the house. Like other black and white bungalows, 26 Ridout Road required a fair amount of work. It is an old property and it had been unoccupied for more than 4 years. There certainly were no chandeliers. I did work on the house to the extent that was allowed. It's a conservation property, so there are limits on what you can do. In all, we spent more than $400,000, actually on my count, more than $500,000 on improvements, including paying for the car porch and planting many trees. The money that I put in, I knew I would not benefit from it after my lease is over. It would all go back to the state. That is the deal when one rents a black and white, and I knew that. Finally, there is the important question of conflict of interest. The CPIB investigation and review have made clear there was no conflict of interest, no breach of rules, and everyone acted properly and honestly. Yes, SLA is a min-law stat board, but I took myself completely out of this matter. Conflict of interest means I make a decision in a matter where I have an interest. I have an interest in the tenancy, obviously, but I made no decision for SLA on the matter, either SLA or min-law. And I took steps to deal with any perceived or potential conflict of interest. On my part, I told my agent everything had to be done strictly in accordance with the rules. I spoke with the then Senior Minister of State at Min-Law, Ms. Indrani, and the then Deputy Secretary at Min-Law. I told them that I was looking at black and white bungalows. I asked SMS Indrani whether if any issue comes up to the ministry, could she handle it? She agreed. I also said that if she needed to check anything, she could go to Senior Minister Teo, and that I will tell SM Teo this. Senior Minister of State Indrani told me that she would check with SM Teo if she needed to. And I told the then DS at Min-Law that I'm recusing myself in this matter. SMS Indrani will deal with the issues if they arise, and if she needed to, she will check with SMTO. And I told SMTO that I was looking at possibly renting a black and white bungalow, and that if any issue comes up, SLA Min-Law will check with SMS Indrani, and if she needed to, she will check with SMTO. And he agreed. I did that because SMTO is senior to me, and this way there would be a chain of command which did not involve me. For SLA to check with SMS Indrani and SMTO if there were issues on which SLA wanted guidance. And I also told my agent that on this matter I had spoken with SMS Indrani and SMTO, and if any issue arose, SLA will go to them to check. And I believe my agent so informed the SLA officers dealing with the lease. I took these steps, although rental issues don't come up to ministers in the usual course. Nor in this case, as it transpired, did anything go up to Min-Law, SMS Indrani, or SMTO for guidance or decision. So no actual conflict. I removed myself completely from the decision-making process, and no potential or perceived conflict either, because I had recused myself. There is some confusion on this, and some people think there is potential or perceived conflict. Actually, actual potential or perceived conflict can only arise where I have an interest in a matter, I make a decision on the matter, then that will be actual conflict. If I have an interest and I remain able to make a decision, even though I do not actually make any decision, there can be potential or perceived conflict of interest. But once I recuse myself, I can't make a decision, nor am I potentially able to make a decision. I think members heard Senior Minister Teo earlier. In conclusion, I would like to say that I'm sorry that Parliament's time has been taken up to address these issues which arose out of a personal decision I made to rent a home. I know that there are many important things that we have to deal with as a nation. I am, like my colleagues, fully committed to working with Singaporeans to address the issues that matter to them. I will answer any question you have because it's important that we do the right thing and to hold ourselves up to high standards of integrity. I did not enter public service to maximize my earnings or try and pay less than I should to the state. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Now for clarifications, Mr. Sito Ipin.
Thank you, sir. I thank the four ministers for their statements. I have 2 points to raise. SMTO was consulted by Minister Shanmugam to step in to make decisions should the then SMS Indrani need to escalate any matter. We know that SMTO was not called upon to make any decision at that time. But given the above, I'd like to ask whether it is appropriate for SMTO to oversee an independent review of the matter. Second point I'd like to raise is this. The CPIB report states that Minister Shanmugam asked the then DS Law for a list of properties available for the public to rent. CPIB subsequently found that there was no disclosure of privileged information and no preferential treatment given to the ministers and their spouses. I would also like to ask if it was appropriate for Minister Shanmugam to ask for this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These both are very pertinent questions. First, with regard to myself, there is no conflict of interest for me to conduct the review. I'm not involved in the rental transactions of both these properties. I'm not a party to the transactions, nor a participant, nor have I taken any actions or decisions regarding the rental of these two properties. So I'm not an involved party. I'm not a subject of the CPIB investigation, nor indeed a subject of this review either. Sir, I think it's important to know that the Prime Minister has directed the Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau to investigate and determine if there was any corruption or criminal wrongdoing in the two rental transactions of the Ridout Road state properties by the two ministers. And the investigations by the CPIB are independent, thorough, and authoritative. And in my review, I have relied extensively on the CPIB's independent, thorough, and authoritative reports. So, sir, I have no difficulty conducting this review as an independent review. On the subject of the Minister for Law having asked the Deputy Secretary for Law. So this point actually was noted by the CPIB in its investigation and was reported in the CPIB's findings. So in fact, this point was looked into by the CPIB. The Minister Shanmugam asked the DS in the Ministry of Law for a list of properties that were available to the public for rent. And this was stated in the CPIB's report. CPIB looked into the matter and found no evidence to suggest any abuse of position for personal gain. CPIB also concluded that there was no disclosure of privileged information in the process of the rental transaction. The AGC reviewed CPIB's investigation papers, concurred with CPIB's findings and recommendations, and directed that no further action be taken as the facts did not disclose any offense. Sir, which state properties are available for rent is public information. I've explained that. Minister Edwin Tong has explained that. They are available via SLA's managing agents responsible for marketing the properties on SLA's State Property Information online system, prominently displayed with 4 lease signs at the premises, and available if a credible potential tenant asks SLA or the MAs. So it is in SLA's and MA's interests for the properties available for lease to be made known to credible prospective tenants. SLA and MA want to rent out these properties, so they want people to know about them. Hence, if a credible prospective tenant were to ask SLA or the MAs which properties, for example, with certain characteristics that the credible potential tenant has in mind, are available for lease, the SLA or the MAs will provide the appropriate information, including on properties not listed on SPIO, but available for rent. This is not privileged information. The SLA or the MAs have received inquiries from ambassadors, company executives, or professionals to rent state properties. And SLA provides the information to companies too. Let me give members an example. In June 2019, SLA provided a list of several state properties to a company which was looking to rent several properties for its employees, for its operations in Singapore. It is, in fact, a 22-page slide deck listing more than 10 properties of various types. The listing includes the locations and characteristics of the properties so as to help the interested organization or person to decide which property to rent. And site visits could be arranged or would have been arranged. So, sir, this is not unusual, and it's not privileged information.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
So if I may add on to that answer, Mr.
Yes,
Deputy Speaker,
please.
sir, because the question is, why did I ask the Deputy Secretary? I think I should clarify precisely why. I could have approached SLA directly. They would have given the list. I know that they would give this information to credible potential tenants. Call them prospects. You are a landlord, you have properties, you want to rent. It's in your interest to give the information if you believe that the person is someone who is able to rent what you have. You will make available the information. So I could have asked SLA directly, and I know that SLA has given this information to others who will fall within the category of credible prospective tenants, embassies and so on, companies, business persons. And I think from SLA's perspective, I would be a credible prospective tenant who is not going to run off without paying the rental. But I asked the Deputy Secretary, senior admin service officer, so that Ministry of Law knew and there was total transparency. Instead of asking SLA directly, he will usually let the permanent secretary know. And as senior admin service officers, he and the permanent secretary will be able to go beyond me and report to the head of civil service or the Prime Minister if they felt that anything needed to be brought up to that level, either the Deputy Secretary or the Permanent Secretary. And that is how our system works. So I believed it was better to ask him rather than ask SLA directly. So the purpose of asking the Deputy Secretary is important. Some of the comments that have been made so far, I think, are made based on not realizing that SLA will give these lists and has given these lists to others. They are not privileged or secret information. If they are secret, SLA cannot rent out its properties. Once that is understood, then the question is, should I have asked SLA directly or through the Deputy Secretary? And I've explained the reasons why I went through the Deputy Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, the issues that have been covered by the four ministers, I think for many Singaporeans, cover multiple issues of concern ranging from propriety to policy to political optics. While CPIB did not disclose corruption or criminal wrongdoing, the two themes I will cover in my questions cover good governance and land management and reserves. My first question pursues the initial question raised by Mr. Sito Ipin, the second question raised by Mr. Sito Ipin, and that is with regard to good governance and Mr. Shanmugam's decision to ask his Deputy Secretary, a very senior civil servant, for a list of properties for his personal occupation. The fact is significant because unlike Minister Vivian's property, which was marketed through the SPIO portal, amongst others, the information given to Minister Shanmugam for his personal use by the Deputy Secretary would appear to have been privileged. At minimum, the man on the street would not have equal access to this information and would have had to secure it at some cost. So I would invite the Senior Minister to consider whether it would have been more appropriate for the Minister in question to have engaged an agent to inquire about properties that are available for rental. How does the Senior Minister's report reconcile this with the Ministerial Code of Conduct and the Prime Minister's Rules of Prudence for PAP MPs, which requires that all ministers should scrupulously keep their official and private affairs separate? Should Singaporeans conclude that such actions by ministers as instructing civil servants on personal matters and using official information for personal use is appropriate, above board, and has been going on for a long time in the public service? My second bucket of questions pertains to reserves and land management, and I direct this at the Second Minister for Law. Senior Minister Teo's report is silent on why Minister Shanmugam did not have the confidence of the SLA, a statutory board that comes under his ministry's purview and the Second Minister's purview, in maintaining the adjacent land next to 26 Ridout Road, in spite of SLA being prepared to pay up to $25,000 a year for its upkeep. Can the Minister explain if he probed, or I beg your pardon, can the Senior Minister explain if he probed into the substance of Minister Shanmugam's lack of confidence in a public service body under his charge? So, secondly, we've been told in this House no less that land is a very scarce commodity in Singapore, and it must be priced according to its market value. With SLA choosing to focus almost singularly on gross floor area and not total land area in its guide rent of black and white bungalows, including those in the most expensive and prime housing estates, comprising good-class bungalows, does this not represent a policy loophole that effectively is a special dispensation at the taxpayer's expense for individuals who can afford to rent black and white bungalows? The PAP routinely shuts down any proposal from the opposition or the public that draws down or is perceived to draw down revenue from state land as a raid on the reserves. SLA increased the size of 26 Ridout Road with prime land by almost 3 times, with no real impact on the cost of renting the property except for the usual maintenance. Does this episode not highlight a need to close this policy loophole and put a value on vacant land which IRAS anyway would tax a Singaporean for? To this end, can I ask the Second Minister for Law also to confirm, of the 600 black and white colonial bungalows in Singapore, how many have a total land area larger than 26 Ridout Road today? And how many lessees has SLA negotiated with to enlarge their compounds as much as was enlarged for 26 Ridout Road? These are my questions for now, Deputy Speaker.
SM Teo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister Edwin Tong has explained why, in the context of renting these properties, the gross floor area is of more significant importance than the total land area. I think, Mr. Pritam Singh, you will have heard that explanation, and I'm sure Mr. Edwin Tong will be happy to repeat that. And the reason is because when you rent the property, when you buy a property, you want the land, and the land belongs to you for the entire duration, whether it's a 999-year lease or freehold or whatever it is, or 99 years, and you can develop the property. It's worth something to you. When you rent the property for a short period of time, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 9 years, you can't develop the property. And you have to maintain it. And I think Mr. Edwin Tong and Mr. Shanmugam himself have explained it. And in the valuation of the property by the valuers of SLA, they take this into account when assigning that valuation. And I should point out, as I said just now, that the SLA valuer did not know the rental amount which the leasing division had negotiated with the tenant, nor identity of the prospective tenant. So the valuer values the land based on the valuer's professional judgment. And I'm not one to second guess the professional judgment of a professional valuer. But let me give you some examples. The clearance of land is not unique to the case of number 26 Ridout Road. An example where SLA also cleared land to address these amenities is at a state property in Dalvey Estate in 2018. I referred to that in my statement earlier. The state property in Dalvey Estate had a significant amount of heavily vegetated land within the tenancy boundary. And in June 2018, the neighbors, as well as the tenant of the property, the neighbors living in nearby houses, raised persistent feedback on mosquitoes originating from this heavily vegetated area within the Dalvey Road estate property, which was tenanted out. SLA's managing agent carried out fogging in the area, but in spite of this, this did not resolve the problem. Having confirmed with NEA that the heavily vegetated land was indeed the source of the mosquitoes, SLA carried out partial site clearance of the vegetated area and created a 2-meter buffer to nearby properties. And with the agreement of the Dalvey estate property tenant, the fence line was in fact shifted inwards so that the SLA could take over the maintenance of the vegetated area. Based on the MA's account, I think the tenant was not unhappy about the smaller fenced-in area because he did not have to maintain the vegetated land. There was no reduction in rental as the MA's valuation was based mainly on the GFA of the house. And so this case illustrates the issues at hand. That added land is not always a net gain in value, and that some tenants may not be unhappy to reduce the land area to reduce the responsibility and the cost of maintenance. So I hope that adequately addresses Mr. Pritam Singh's question on that. On the issue of the addressing why Minister Shanmugam asked the Deputy Secretary, and I think Mr. Pritam Singh said, and this has been going on for a very long time, I think Mr. Pritam Singh should not make general comments like that unless he can back them up. I don't know, because that was a comment that you made, that it has been going on for a very long time. So I didn't understand what you meant by that, and if you don't recall having made that statement, I may appreciate it if you withdraw that. So Minister Shanmugam explained why he approached the Deputy Secretary, and as I had explained, this is not privileged information. Any credible tenant, any credible prospective tenant, and there are many examples of that, who ask for this information, can either access it directly or can get it. So this is not privileged information. And the issue of scarce commodity and land and so forth, I think Minister Edwin Tong has addressed that, and I think he will be happy to address that further if necessary. Mr. Speaker, I think that there are a number of different issues that can come up in today's discussion, but the central issue why we're here today actually is to deal with allegations of corruption, abuse of power, and conflict of interest. And there are other issues like how SLA manages state properties, or indeed whether there's equity issues and so forth. Perhaps these associated issues, we can deal with them subsequently. I'll be happy to answer them. But let us satisfy ourselves first on these issues of corruption, abuse of power, conflict of interest, as several of the members have asked. Let us satisfy ourselves on these issues, and then we can discuss the other associated issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Second Minister for Law, would you like to respond?
Mr. Singh asked me two questions. I'll address them. First, I think you said that, Mr. Singh said that the use of the GFA as being the main driver for rental and marketability of a property, and I think you used the word loophole. It's not a loophole. It is, when you say loophole, it suggests that it's a policy that has not been closed off, that for some reason, SLA chose to use GFA. I think if you heard my speech earlier, you will see that this is a market-driven consideration. We can't set the policy and say, tell the valuers, just use GFA, ignore everything else, and expect that the market will adjust itself in a way which I've showed and I've explained. And I think the one real test of this is if you look at SM's report, and I know you have them on the portal. I didn't bring copies because you will recall an Annex D, and I invite members to pull it up from your portal. You look at the table says rental rates of black and whites across Singapore. So all black and whites across Singapore. And if you heard my speech earlier, you'll know that these black and whites are managed by SLA, as well as by external professional marketing agents. They're all industry experts for real estate. And I would add that more of SLA's black and whites are managed by external professional MAs than they are managed by SLA themselves. And these MAs have their own independent in-house expert valuers. And when you look at the table that is in SM's report, I think you will see that the benchmark, the criteria of using GFA as the determining factor for marketability and valuation of rental is, I think, made out. If you look at the table, you will see that at the time the rental was entered into, tenancy was entered into for number 26, and that's in 2018, 26,500 as the rental was the top 3 in all black and whites in Singapore. In 2019, it was the top 4. 2021, when it was renewed, it remained at the top 4. And throughout this period, per GFA, rental per GFA, throughout remained higher than the average right through for 26. So what was paid for 26 was within the top 3 in 2018, within the top 4 in 2019, all the way through to 2022, and remained on a per GFA basis higher than the average, right through. And I want to emphasize that these valuations at which the rents are transacted include being done by external MAs who are professional and industry experts. So it's not a policy that we set to say, let's just use the GFA to assess the value of these properties, and then there's a loophole somewhere where these properties are obtained on the cheap. They are not. If you look at Annex E1, and I invite Mr. Singh to look at it when he has some time subsequently, Mr. Singh will then see that the point I made about the average rental per square foot per month on an average basis, number 26 was at 30.94, and this is higher than the average of all black and whites in Singapore at 29.78. So I think we have to move away from the suggestion that somehow the methodology that's chosen was chosen to try and advantage some tenants. Now, In addition, you raised a point about the further land that was fenced in. I think you've heard Mr. Shanmugam explain this. You heard SM, you've seen CPIB's report, what was said about it. And you've also heard Mr. Shanmugam's instructions to his agent in relation to this additional land. It's not a land that can be enjoyed in a usual way as one might if you're the owner of a property with big land which you can develop as you like. And I think you heard me say earlier, the constraints, including on a tenant, and even if you are an owner of the land, the constraints if the property was conserved, as number 26 was and remains to be. The land was not something that this tenant wanted, but was concerned about the maintenance and offered to clear the land, and it was eventually at tenant's cost, and it was also maintained subsequently, prospectively, by the tenant at $25,000 per year. In addition, this land is not just fenced in on a willy-nilly basis. SLA had considered the reasons for doing so, why, what advantages SLA would have, like any reasonable, usual commercial landlord would. It takes into account the fact that this is a tenant coming in, making me this offer. The market is down, as I showed you. In fact, first quarter 2018, if you see my chart earlier, is probably at one of the lowest points. It's been vacant for almost 5 years. The previous tenant pre-terminated, and the previous tenant was paying a rent of $22,000 per month 5 years ago. Market has since moved down. This tenant is offering you $26,500. It's offering to maintain the land that otherwise SLA would have to maintain. Has said, I'm prepared not for this to be fenced in. I don't want it. But I will pay for the maintenance because we're concerned with health and safety issues, trees, mosquitoes, and so on. SLA's calculation then is to consider all of these factors, along with the fact that this tenant is also offering to put in enhancements to the tune of more than $500,000, as you heard Mr. Shanmugam, which are enhancements that the landlord will retain at the end of the period. And at the same time, help us to meet the conservation costs that the external consultant has assessed independently and calculated. So when you weigh up all these factors and take them into consideration, I think you can understand why SLA decided that, in fact, if we can get this tenant, it would be great, given the occupancy, given the market. But if you could additionally have this fenced in so that this becomes an obligation in the tenancy and not just something that could be terminable with notice in an option, as was suggested, that would improve SLA's position. And so overall, looking at all these factors and the piece of land in question, which abuts the neighbor, number 24. It sounds very big when you mention it in the way you have done, Mr. Singh, but it abuts the neighbor. It's relatively inaccessible. There are only a few access points, and there's not a common space where otherwise it could be parceled out and tenanted to another tenant. For many years prior to that, there was no monetization of that land by SLA. In fact, it was just a burden, had to maintain it. So when you consider all these factors and take them all into account, I think you will see why this was a transaction, as I said in my speech earlier, was something that was at arm's length, negotiated, commercial, and sought to achieve the state's interest as well. So I think you've got to look at it in that perspective when you talk about the land and throw the numbers around without the context of the sequence of events and the chronology of how the matters unfolded and the relative interests of the two parties, in particular, from my perspective, that of SLA, as we sought to protect SLA's interest and try and advance SLA's interest, at least in terms of the maintenance thereafter. Now, you asked a second question about why Minister Shanmugam had said he was not confident that the surrounding land would be properly maintained. You heard Minister Shanmugam earlier. He had offered through his agent to maintain this land at his own cost after it was cleared of the overgrown vegetation. SLA agreed to this clearance, did what it needed to do to address the health and safety concerns. There was from snakes, mosquitoes, and so on, and fallen trees, which I also mentioned. But since this is a reference to what Minister Shanmugam said, I will invite him to clarify his position on this.
Minister K Shanmugam.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, if I may, if I can add on to Mr. Tong's clarification, I did not tell SLA that I was not confident about them maintaining the adjacent land. Based on my recollection, the essence of what I told SLA was that there are, they have many state properties across Singapore to manage. In comparison, I, as the prospective tenant of 26, would be able to give more attention to the adjacent land. It's right next to me. I also had an interest, specific interest in the proper upkeeping of the adjacent land. And any disamenities arising from it would affect me directly. So those were the reasons I gave to SLA. Now, behind that is my thinking, since they have to look after all of Singapore, my confidence in their ability to maintain that land in the way that I will maintain. I mean, it doesn't mean that, they will not maintain. But in any given context, when I'm maintaining it, one piece of property, it will always be different compared with someone who's got to manage all over Singapore. So I told that to CPIB, and that appears in CPIB's report. But I told SLA, you have all of Singapore to manage. I can manage this one property if you are willing. I know that it's a cost center for them, and it's a cost center for me, but I will be able to better manage. So that's the context in which I said to CPIB, I was not confident. So I think one has got to understand these contexts.
Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My first SQ is to Senior Minister Teo. In SM's report, he concluded that Minister Shanmugam had declared the potential conflict of interest and removed himself from the chain of command. I would like to ask SM to comment on the Code of Conduct for Ministers, which speaks of an apparent and a perceived conflict of interest. And a minister should not be in a position where his financial interests might be even conceivably conflict with his public duty. So how should these standards be looked at in the light of Minister Shanmugam's case? Second SQ is a short SQ for Minister Shanmugam on his CPIB interview. I would like to ask Minister whether he was administered a caution when he attended at the CPIB for the interview. Thank you.
SM Teo.
Deputy Speaker, I'm quite conscious that I'm surrounded by lawyers and I'm not one myself, but I will try and explain on this issue of conflict of interest. On conflict of interest, Mr. Zulkarnain has referenced the Code of Conduct and asked essentially whether there's perceived potential or perceived conflict of interest in the case. Conflict of interest arises when two things coincide. When a person's duty, for example, a function or responsibility from the office or position that he occupies, conflicts with his own personal interests. So both of these elements have to exist. If there is one without the other, no conflict arises. So both have to exist. A conflict can be actual, which arises when a person in fact makes a decision on a matter where his duty and his personal interest in that matter remain. So his duty and his personal interests are there, and he made a decision in his capacity which affects his personal interest. Or it can be a potential conflict of interest which arises when a conflicted person is in a position to, but does not yet make such a decision. So that's a potential conflict of interest. And either of these scenarios have to depend on the specific facts of each case. A conflict is not a conflict just because of someone's perception of the facts. In my report, I found that there was the potential for a conflict of interest to arise, a potential. However, Minister Shanmugam identified this potential conflict of interest early, beforehand, and took steps to prevent it from actualizing. He removed himself from the chain of command and recused himself from any decision-making for the matter in question. He informed the Ministry of Law to clear any matters related to the tenancy if it arose with then SMS Indrani Raja, and if necessary, with myself. By removing himself from the chain of command, Minister Shanmugam took himself out of any decision-making responsibility in the matter. So he no longer had any duty in this matter, and therefore that factor disappears. Once there is a recusal, no duty arises. There can thus be no conflict. And I'm told by lawyers that the best way of dealing with any potential conflict of interest is to disclose the potential conflict and then proceed to recuse oneself altogether from the decision-making process. And this is what happened here on the facts of this case. Given the recusal and removal from duty, there can no longer be any potential conflict. Nor does a perception of conflict arise, and therefore there is no breach of the code of conduct. So when we talk about perception of conflict, once we are clear that potential conflict no longer exists, and we know that actual conflict did not exist, that should dispel the concept, the idea that there's a perception of conflict of interest in the minds of any fair-minded person.
Minister Shanmugam, would you like to respond to Mr. Zulkarnain?
Well, Deputy Speaker, sir. Yes, as I said in my earlier statement, they read out to me in Section 27 of the Prevention of the Corruption Act. And I think Section 27 caution was in these terms. Every person required by the director or any officer to give any information on any subject which it is the duty of the director or that officer to inquire into under this Act, and which it is in his power to give, shall be legally bound to give that information. And I think a breach of it could expose you to a penalty of up to a year or $10,000 fine, year jail. Yes, this is a standard practice, and I'm sure Minister Vivian was administered too, but I certainly was administered. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just two clarifications for Second Minister of Law, Minister Lee Hsien Loong. I think the first is in regarding to the issue of favourable rental rates and whether as a result of SLA's management of the renewal process as well as of black and white properties did this arise. I mean, I note that the property at number 31 Ridout was renewed in October 22 for 3 years with the rent increase from 20K from 19K. So this is about a 5% increase or so. But if you consider the market conditions, which I think Minister also spoke about in his speech just now, if you look at the URA private residential rents, I think that has increased by about 42% during the same period. And if you just zoom in on landed properties, it has increased by 35%. So, even if you look at HDB properties, I mean, just looking at the 4-room flats in Sengkang during the same period, the median rents have already increased by more than $1,000 in the same period as well, to about $3,000 a month. So I think this also comes in a period where I think the occupancies of the black and white houses as a whole, and as well as Ridout Road, have increased over this period of time, suggesting that actually specific to black and white's demand has also increased. The second clarification is in relation to the direct tenancy process. I think it's stated on the SLA's website that state properties are supposed to be let out through open tender to ensure the process is fair and transparent. So in this regard, I think I know that 31 Ridout was indeed on the SPIO website, but 26 was not. And I think in the May statement by the SLA, I think it was said that Minister Shanmugam was the only bidder, and his bid through an agent was higher than the guide rent. I think subsequently, in response to CNA, one of the property agency's director for research even said that SLA properties are tendered out through a bidding process. So in this case, if for the SLA as a whole, when it comes to dealing with direct tenancy agreements rather than requiring a tender, would that then be amounting to something like a rate on the reserves again? Because if you look at how land sales are being processed by the URA, if there were a developer that wanted to bid
Mr.
on
Chua, kindly proceed
Sure,
to your
I'll
clarification. Your specific question on your second point, please.
Sure, yes. And so that's really the question, in that in not requiring a tender, but rather through direct tenancy agreements, if you compare the process of the SLA versus, say, how URA manages the land sales process, for example. Thank you.
Minister Edwin Tong.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chua, the number 31 was managed by an external professional managing agent, which looked at the renewal and also did internal valuations independently to assess what the appropriate rental would be upon renewal. That's the process, and that was what was done, and the guide rent for the renewal was met, and that's why it was renewed. To your point about the movement of the market, if you were to just pick up the table I gave out earlier and look at the chart, renewal was done for 31 around the early part of 2022, first quarter. There were some discussions over the fact that there was some disamenity. I think there were some noise issues and so on. So the precise start date was subject to negotiations, but the discussions took place around this period, end of 2021, early 2022. And if you look at the chart that I have produced, this is the URA rental index. You will see that at that level, at that occasion, the rate was similar to when, if you look at the lines, horizontal lines across, similar to when the lease was entered into. So it roughly accounts for this. Now, beyond that, I think you also made the comparison with private detached homes, GCBs, and so on. I ask you to also bear in mind what I said earlier about these properties being intrinsically older. So leaving aside that they are spruced up and made habitable and so on, there's also a question of these fundamentally being older, not possessing the usual amenities and facilities that you might expect to see in a good class bungalow or a bungalow of this comparable size. So I think that accounts for the difference in the market. Whilst I appreciate the point you're making that right now, if you look at it today, there is a spike, and presumably that also has an impact on the rental market for black and whites, and that's true, because when we look at the performance of rental markets, rentals for black and whites today, now, it is obviously very different from when it was in 2018, 2019, and so on. And you must bear in mind also that in 2021, 2022, there was still the COVID overhang over the market at that point in time. So these are factors that really, I'm not a property agent and I'm not a real estate expert, but I go back to the first point I made to you, which is this is looked at by an external professional managing agent. In this case, it was Colliers, which managed the renewal, and they have their own in-house expert valuers, and I wouldn't second guess that. Your second point about whether it's, I think in your words, a raid on the reserves because we do direct tenancy and not a tender process. I think I explained that in some detail. You have to adopt a method that coheres with the market, with the movement of the market. If the market is on its uptrend, there's a lot of demand with limited supply, then I think you want to make sure that you put it out as much as you can, as publicly as you can, so that there is a really big showing of the properties on offer that is being supplied, so that the demand can match up with the supply. But when you have the converse situation in a falling market or the softening market or a more depressed market, then you might end up with a situation where having more or listing everything will mean that you are simply competing against yourself. There are many more options than the demand meets. So you have to attenuate based on that. And that's also something that not just SLA does, but also the managing agents that are engaged by SLA, that's how they also approach the issue. And that's what they do as well. That's not to say that because it is not on SPIO, that it is not marketed. You seem to suggest that because it is not on SPIO, therefore it's less exposed. But remember I said that each of these agents also have their own property portals. And in fact, the property portals will be shared amongst the real estate agents. When they come in, if you make a serious inquiry, an agent who is familiar with this aspect of the market, this segment of the market, will know where to access the information. You might see one or two on SPIO that you might want to have a view, but when you get there and you talk to the agents, and if you're a serious prospect for tenancy, this agent will have access to others. So it's in a softer market, that's how it's done. And that's the position that's been taken not just by SLA, but also by its managing agents.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank each of the ministers for addressing the questions raised, including those which affect their personal and public lives. I would like to follow up on Second Minister for Law, Mr. Edwin Tong's statement relating to SLA's processes, in particular the preparatory works for the rental of the two properties and ongoing maintenance for black and whites. Can I clarify how SLA scopes and awards contracts to different entities, from consultants to contractors, for the restoration and maintenance works for both categories of black and whites? For example, is there a pool of pre-approved vendors? What is the process by which SLA designates what works will be borne by SLA and which works will then be at the tenant's own cost? I would also appreciate particularly if the Minister can address allegations that the contract for works relating to the properties were awarded to a firm of which Minister Shanmugam's son serves as CEO, called Live Space. Thank you.
Minister Edwin Tong.
Yes. I thank Ms. Samdin for the question. As I explained earlier, we put in place a system where an external consultant is engaged to study and have regard to the conservation guidelines and study the state of the property and make recommendations to SLA as to what works needed to be carried out and also how they need to be carried out given the conservation guidelines. So this is external to SLA. They are consultants and they make a recommendation to us. After that is done, as I said, we time it such that we try not to disrupt the existing tenancy if there's a tenant that's in place occupying the premises. And we also try and time it such that once this is done, there's greater prospect of a confirmed tenancy so that the rental income stream can then be used to meet the cost of these works that have to be done. And that was what was done in 26. And when the works are confirmed and we accept the recommendations of the consultant, the works are then carried out by a separate contractor, not the consultant. And in this case, what happened was we put out an open tender and a term contractor was then appointed to carry out the works. In addition, there was also an appointment of a conservation specialist to advise on certain aspects to cohere with the conservation guidelines. The suggestion that Minister Shanmugam's son or his company, LiveSpace, was appointed, and I think the sting of these allegations is that there's a preference given to this, is completely scurrilous and unwarranted. There is no basis to suggest that. For both 26 and 31, the works that were recommended by the consultant was then done and awarded to a contractor through a tender, and LiveSpace was not an appointed contractor. Neither did they have any transactions with SLA, as far as we can tell from the quick checks that we've done since these allegations began to surface online.
Ms. Hazel Pua.
Deputy Speaker, sir, since this relates to me in a way, can
Yes.
I be permitted to add to this?
Yes, please.
I mean, inevitably, there were and are many untruths circulated about me, my rentals. Inevitable because I'm a political figure and obviously a target. For example, that falsehood that SLA had built a car porch for me, or that I had cut down trees illegally, or that I'm paying less than market value, or the innuendos, some of which we heard in Parliament, about land being added as if it's a special favor, even though I didn't, the facts show that I didn't want it. And I explain why. It's a cost center. The CPIB has established these and other allegations to be untrue. But I've not been the only one attacked. My son has also been attacked. Allegations online that the contract to renovate the Ridout properties, in plural, was awarded by SLA to a company where my son is the CEO. I don't keep track of SLA's contracts. There are established processes for the awarding of contracts by statutory boards. My son tells me that his company does not have any contracts with SLA, nor did they do any work on the Ridout properties for SLA. You get these utterly false and defamatory statements. Do these people really believe that CPIB would not have found this out if it were true? I say to these people, you want to come after me, you come after me. I'm perfectly capable of defending myself, and they will find out that I will defend myself. But leave my family alone. This is how some conduct politics. Try and make it difficult or impossible for family members or people who are prepared to come into public service by putting out deliberately false information. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Ms. Hazel Pua.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My question relates to the site clearance in the land adjacent to 26 Ridout Road. The SM Teo mentioned earlier, quoting another example of site clearance at Delvey Estate, and said that it was for a 2-meter buffer. But the site clearance at the land adjacent to 26 Ridout Road is actually 150,000 square feet, if I'm not wrong. So the size of the two are actually quite different and seem like overkill. So my question is, are there any other site clearance to the scale of 150,000 square feet? And secondly, the notion, while I accept that the rental will be more based on the gross floor area than empty land area, but it is a bit difficult to accept that the large empty extra land that is added into the boundaries of 26 Ridout Road is put at zero value. So my question is, was the valuer specifically asked to value that piece of empty land as well, or is it simply a case of valuing the original 26 Ridout Road at 24,500 and plus the recovery of site clearing costs at 2,000 per month only? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I cited the case of the land at the tenancy at Delvey Estate, not so much to compare the area of the land, but to make the point that having more land is not always an advantage. In that case, the tenant of the Dalvey Estate property was not unhappy that his land area was actually reduced. There was no reduction in land, and he was actually not unhappy that the fence line was moved in. His land area in the tenancy of the property was reduced, and SLA actually took over the maintenance of the land which would otherwise have been within his property. So that was the point I was making, and I think Ms. Hazel Pua may have missed my point, but I make it again. Second, on the valuation of the property. The valuation of the property is done by professional valuers, and I will not second guess their valuation. And the valuation, the valuer in SLA was asked, what is the valuation of the property with the inclusion of the additional land cleared? And the valuation that was given by the valuer was $26,500. So that is the professional valuation from the professional valuer.
Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
I thank the ministers for their ministerial statements. I have a clarification to put to the senior minister. The financial sector and banks have a category called politically exposed persons. Depending on jurisdiction, it can include ministers, members of parliament, leaders of political parties of any persuasion, and their immediate family members. Should the public service consider having a framework whereby the personal transactions of politically exposed persons with government agencies be automatically flagged up for additional scrutiny? This helps further ensure the public officers are in the clear, protects the public officers from allegations of malfeasance, and it also helps ensure the politically exposed person is in the clear as well, regardless of their political persuasion.
I thank the member, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for his suggestion. Financial regulators require banks to apply enhanced customer due diligence on customers that are identified to be politically exposed persons. I have a lot of difficulty opening a bank account in another country. Banking transactions can involve, and this is the reason, because banking transactions can involve the transfer of substantial funds that flow rapidly and many times, even in a day or in an hour, across borders from multiple sources to multiple destinations. So the banks are therefore required to know their customers, KYC, and exercise vigilance to flag suspicious transactions so as to prevent money laundering and terrorism financing. Those are the two principal reasons why the politically exposed persons framework has been established for financial institutions. The considerations, sir, are different for transactions by political office holders and public officers with public service agencies. A potential conflict of interest can arise in a transaction with a government agency, but also in making a policy or an administrative decision. So there may have been no transaction, but a public officer or a political office holder may be making a policy which impacts him. Or in a transaction by persons in political office or in the civil service with non-public sector organizations. And given the context of the work of public agencies, a number of measures have already been put in place. For key transactions, especially transactions that involve public tenders and the evaluation and award of major projects, there are already processes for public officers to declare conflict of interest upfront. For public sector transactions, there are suitability checks carried out on the counterparty. Even in this case, for the rental of state properties. And there were suitability checks carried out on the prospective tenant. The Public Service also has an internal disclosure policy. An officer is required to report any wrongful practice to the head of his agency, even if he has been instructed by his superior not to do so. So he is required to report any wrongful practice that he comes across. There will be an investigation into the allegations, and what we conventionally call the whistleblower will be protected if he has made the report in good faith. So there are multiple measures in place, and it's quite different from the very rapid transactions that can take place, transfer of funds in a bank. And that's why the banks require a PEP type of system upfront. I should also point out that the types of checks at the agency level are only part of the system and actually don't address the fundamental issue at hand. And the fundamental issue at hand is that the onus still rests on the individual to declare and recuse himself to prevent a conflict of interest from arising. So even if checks and processes by the public sector organization do not flag a conflict of interest, the individual still remains responsible and will be held accountable if he is subsequently found to have a conflict of interest, abused his powers, or improperly made use of privileged information. The Public Service will continue to reference the best practices in other sectors, such as the financial sector, to keep improving its system of governance. For example, once a year, officers in positions of authority over funds and so forth have to take leave, and somebody else takes his place. So the public sector has rules where persons in such financially sensitive positions can't stay in that position sort of indefinitely. They have to be rotated, and these are some of the rules that are in place. And I mentioned to you that PSD is working with relevant ministries to see how we can implement declarations specifically on rental transactions, and PMO will look at that as well. But these are examples which add to the guidelines. But the general principle still applies all the time.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have a clarification for Senior Minister Teo on the standards expected of our ministers. I must say that I find it disappointing that he reduces the issue of conflict of interest into a legal argument. I mean, in the Code of Conduct for Ministers, it's stated quite clearly at the bottom of the document that the document does not have the force of law, and whether there's a breach or not, it's not justiciable in a court of law. So does he agree with me that actually the Code of Conduct embodies the highest standards expected of our ministers in their conduct of their public affairs, and it should not be the subject of legal arguments or technicalities? The second clarification on a related point is, if one looks at para 3.2 of the Code of Conduct, it is stated very strictly, a minister therefore must never enter into any transactions where his private financial interests might, even conceivably, come into conflict with his public duty. So that is what is stated there. Never enter into transactions where his financial interests might conceivably come into conflict with his public duty. So does he agree that it might be reasonable to interpret this to mean that actually the law minister should not have entered into this transaction with the SLA, which is an agency under his charge, or at the very least, it was imprudent of him to do so?
Mr. Speaker, sir, Ms. Sylvia Lim is a lawyer as well. I explained to another lawyer earlier, Mr. Zulkarnain, what conflict of interest means. two things must come together at the same time. And this is not a legal description. It also underpins what the understanding of conflict of interest is in the Code of Conduct. There must be some official power that you have over some matter, and that matter coincides with a personal interest of that person. Those two things must come together. There's an actual conflict of interest if the person with that duty, with those powers, uses them on a matter in which he has a personal interest. There's a potential conflict of interest if that person retains that power and there's a matter which is there, which is his personal interest, but no decision or action has yet been taken by that person. So that is removed. The potential conflict of interest is removed if the person removes himself from that duty. Ms. Sylvia Lim is a lawyer. I think she understands that. And so that is the import of what conflict of interest is about. And Mr. Shanmugam took steps to make sure that he removed himself from those duties and powers that he had over a matter which would have been a private matter, and therefore the two were separated. And one of those two factors which must exist for conflict interest to arise, which is that the person must have powers over that private matter, was removed. So that's very important. And I explained that earlier, and I hope that that will satisfy Ms. Sylvia Lim. And as I said, there are perceptions. But once the actual conflict of interest and the potential conflict of interest have been removed, that should dispel the perception of conflict of interest in any fair-minded person.
Mr. Xie Yao Chen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have 2 points of clarification. First, on the clearing of the adjacent land at 26 Ridout, I'd like to ask how many trees were actually cleared? And did the review by SM Teo look into not just SLAs, but MParks as an involved agency, MParks process to determine the removal of trees, which trees were removed, etc. And most crucially, the MParks know the identity of the prospective tenant in the course of this process. Second, on land management, I'd like to ask how much land in total, what is the total land area that state-owned portfolio of black and whites actually sit on? And how might this factor into the government's weighing of economic and social factors to determine how best to use the land and manage a portfolio of bungalows? Thank you.
I'm sure Minister Edwin Tong would like to reply, but this is an issue of land management. As I said earlier, I think we should clear the core issue first, which is whether there was corruption, abuse of power, or conflict of interest. And that's the reason why we're here today. And we should clear those issues, and if any members have any clarifications or questions on those issues, I'll be happy to take them.
So, Minister Edwin Tong, you are going to respond to that later, I understand. Yes. Mr. Leon Pereira.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the ministers for their statements. My first SQ is really on the determination that the conduct of the ministers in this case is consistent with the Ministerial Code of Conduct. Why was that determination not passed to an independent third party to make. For example, the Auditor General's office, or for example, an independent judge. I'm not asserting that SMTO's review is not independent, but I think the perception that that judgment, that determination was being made by someone who is not a senior colleague of the ministers concerned, but is an independent entity, would go some way to address some of these public concerns. And the Auditor General does have expertise in understanding norms of best practice within the public service, norms of corporate governance, audit compliance, and so on and so forth. And I would note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that in reply to a PQ I filed, there have been 2 occasions when the Auditor General was asked to do a special audit in the last 20 years. The first occasion was to interrogate the claims made by an opposition leader, Mr. Chee Soon Juan, in the 90s. Second occasion was to investigate the finances of Aljunied Hougang Town Council. So why couldn't the Auditor General have been called in to make that determination, not of corruption? You know, I appreciate the work of the CPIB. CPIB's expertise is Prevention of Corruption Act, but to make the determination about consistency with the Ministerial Code of Conduct. Second one, I want to come back to para 40 of the report, Minister Shanmugam requesting the information about some of the black and white bungalows from the DS admin law. And I'm trying to understand how this is not problematic, because based on the report, SLA has explained that there is a deliberate policy intent here that in certain times, like a down market cycle, the deliberate intent is not to make too transparent all of these listings, which is why 26 Ridout Road was not listed on the SPIO. It's not by accident. If I can just read very briefly from a Straits Times article that talks about why SLA has this policy. When market conditions are poor and supply exceeds demand and the occupancy rates for specific estates are low, publishing complete listings of all vacant properties online would result in these properties visibly competing for the limited demand, and thus may not help the landlord maximize outcomes. So in this case, how is the action of the Law Minister to ask for information on properties, some of which are not listed on the SPIO, into one simple consolidated fact sheet? How is that not problematic? And lastly, on the methodology, to choose a methodology of direct tenancy negotiation versus open bidding, I understand from Minister Tong's statement earlier that direct tenancy is...
Mr. Leon Pereira, perhaps we can take that later because we want to clear the more fundamental issues first.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I didn't want to bring up the issue of when the Auditor General had to be called in to look into issues, and you were the one who brought it up. I didn't want to bring up that history and link the two. But since you have, I may have some comments on that as well. Why not the Auditor General and why the CPIB? So the Auditor General looks at things which have got to do with audit. Was there misappropriation of funds? Were there loss of funds because of somebody not doing the accounts properly and so on? That is the Auditor General's function. To ask the Auditor General to comment on whether or not the practices were in line with the Code of Conduct for ministers, I think goes beyond the ambit of the Auditor General. I think eventually the government, the Prime Minister, has to take responsibility for that. And we are. Why do we call in the CPIB and not the Auditor General? Because the CPIB is the agency which investigates such matters. And we know the reputation of the CPIB. It is a very thorough, it is a very independent agency, and as I said just now, it can be quite a fearsome agency. And the fact that the Prime Minister called in the CPIB to carry out this investigation on 2 senior ministers shows the seriousness with which this government and the Prime Minister took this issue. I suppose, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we had called in the Auditor General, Mr. Pereira would have been asking me, standing up, asking me, why didn't you call in the CPIB? Since the CPIB is the most appropriate agency to investigate such an issue. So, I think that underlying a number of these questions are a couple of things. And this idea that there's some secret list somewhere which nobody knows about, and that renting such properties confers some benefit or privilege which others cannot access. So I think the investigation and what I've stated and what Mr. Edwin Tong has stated refutes both of these, dispels both of these. First of all, there's no secret list. It's public information what properties are available for lease. SLA wants to maximize the renting out of these properties and to do its best for the state in doing so. So there's no reason for SLA not to want to provide those properties and the list of those properties. Mr. Pritam Singh earlier talked about individuals having to go to considerable expense to find out and so on. Actually, they don't have to. In the case of the company that I talked about, they didn't have to pay anybody to get the list. They asked SLA, and SLA was quite happy to give it to them without charging them, because SLA wants to rent out its properties. So there is no secret list. It may not be on the SPIO, but any credible tenant who wants to rent those properties will know which properties are available. And second, the properties are rented out at market. And so there is no great benefit from being able to rent out these properties. So let us dispel these two things and put it to rest. Although Mr. Pereira does bring it up, but I thank him so that I can explain these things quite clearly. So I think I've addressed Mr. Pereira's points.
Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have two questions. Notwithstanding the findings that both ministers were clear of any wrongdoing, the revelations of the report have since raised more concerns from the public. So the first question is for Minister Edwin Tong. For 26 Ridout Road, which had only attracted one bid, did SLA not solicit additional bids after the extensive refurbishment was completed, just to test if the price was still a fair market price? And my second question is for Minister Shanmugam and Minister Vivian. The Minister's Code of Conduct clearly mandates that Minister must scrupulously avoid any actual or apparent conflict of interest between the official duties and private financial interest. So it is in the interest of transparency that both ministers declare all their property assets. If there are any, will the two ministers declare if these properties have been rented out any time during the lease of 26 and 31 Ridout Road to assure the public that there is no monetary gains from lease arbitration? Thank you.
Yes, SM.
Sorry.
Yes, please proceed.
On Ms. Polisan's second question, there is no requirement today for, under the Code of Conduct, for the type of declarations that she's talking about. And I did mention what the Code of Conduct does say and what it covers. I'll leave the rest of the questions to Mr. Edwin Tong.
To Ms. Po's first question, the property remains on the market until the lease is signed and confirmed. So at any point in time, up till the time when it is off the market, that is when the tenant confirms his tenancy, it continues to be marketed. So to answer your question, whether before, during, or even after, as long as the incoming tenant has not confirmed, it remains on the market and it will be marketed by the agents.
Ms. Herting-Rue.
One clarification for Senior Minister Teo. Senior Minister Teo stated that he was not within the chain of command in making the decision. Therefore, he was not involved in the matter, and therefore he headed this review. SM Teo also mentioned earlier that he relied on the independent CPIB report. However, when the declaration was made to him back then, and SM Teo was made aware of this matter, I assumed that he was already satisfied then that all actual or potential conflicts of interest were satisfactorily addressed back then, and therefore the matter was put to rest at the time. Otherwise, he would have voiced his concerns at that time. Given the public interest in the matter and the importance of public perception that there was no wrongdoing, what was the reasoning behind asking SM Teo to investigate the matter this round? Were there really no other options or individuals who could have led the review? After all, CPIB usually looks at whether there have been any breaches of criminal laws, which they have investigated here and cleared the ministers of doing. The review headed by SM Teo would also need to go beyond criminal matters, including looking at whether there have been any breaches of Ministerial Code of Conduct or the rules of prudence, and also about the perception and the conflicts. I ask again because if SM Teo had been satisfied back then that any actual or potential conflicts of interest were actually addressed satisfactorily, it seems strange to ask him to now relook his earlier conclusion that everything was adequately addressed. Furthermore, apart from relying on the CPIB report, and given the questions raised they actually go beyond criminal matters, were there any other specific steps that were taken to ensure that there was adequate independence throughout the review? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I've already explained my position. Mr. Shanmugam told me what he was going to do, and I accepted that. I did not approve his rental. I did not take part in any of the transactions. As I explained, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is similar if you had a situation where you have a chairman of a company or an organization, and a director comes to him and says, I have a conflict of interest, I'm declaring it, and I'm taking steps to make sure the conflict of interest doesn't arise. Subsequently, it's discovered or it's alleged that that director had a conflict of interest. It doesn't preclude the chairman from convening a disciplinary committee or even sitting on it, because unless he was a participant in the actions of that director which resulted in the conflict of interest. So that's the situation that I'm in. It's very different if you had an organization in which convenes a disciplinary committee, and the persons who convene the disciplinary committee take part in the disciplinary committee themselves and are involved parties. That's a conflict of interest. So I think one must differentiate the two situations. And I hope that Ms. He is able to do that.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank the ministers for your answers. A seeking clarification from the senior minister. I know senior minister explained to the other MPs' queries. I come back to this point on the Minister Shanmugam's asking the Deputy Secretary for a list of the property. And I've been trying to understand senior minister's explanation, and I find that there are still issues that we need to overcome here. And let me put it in a certain way, and then I can put the question to you. And because we are talking about a minister who is asking a deputy secretary in his ministry a question relating to his private interests, not in the course of his work, and the minister and then on the part of the DS had to. I think there's an issue whether the DS had to decide whether this is a matter of work, and if it's a matter of work within his responsibility, Is it contingent on him to answer? Is it appropriate for him to answer this question? I don't think these issues have been adequately clarified. It is important we clarify this as a matter of guidance for the civil service, all right? Because the civil servants, the senior civil servants must know where the line is drawn. For example, in this issue, Senior Minister, in this issue, the DS could have politely informed Minister Shanmugam that he can get his agent to direct the question to SLA. That, I think, would be an appropriate, in my view, a form of appropriate form of answer rather than to take it upon himself. So I would like to ask the Senior Minister to reconsider your answers, your earlier answers, in light of the issues I have raised, because it pertains to, I think it's important for the future. When a civil servant, a senior civil servant, or a civil servant has to answer a question from an office holder, what he's entitled to do, what he should do. So thank you, Senior Minister.
Yes, I thank Mr. Dennis Tan for his question because it is an important question. But the key issue here is, was there privileged information that the minister was seeking? And was there privileged information that he was trying to obtain? And so I think the key issue here is that there was none. There was no privileged information that the minister was seeking to obtain. And Minister Shanmugam explained in his own terms why he decided to approach the Deputy Secretary, because he was doing this in an open, transparent way to tell his ministry, I'm doing this, there's no secret about it. I mean, he could have got an agent and go and approach the SLA, and then later on SLA discovers that actually the minister was behind it. Is that better or is that worse? I think it's a judgment. And in this case, I think the minister told his ministry and was quite open and transparent about it. And if he had got an agent to go and approach SLA, and then SLA provides information or whatever it is, and then in the end they discover that actually the person behind it was the minister, and the minister didn't say anything about it, the question is whether that's better or worse. But in this case, it was done openly and transparently. So I think that is important. Second, as I said, was there privileged information that was asked for? And the answer is no. So I think those are the principal issues at hand.
We're still on conflict of interest theme. Minister Shanmugam, you'd like to respond?
Yes, in specific answer to Mr. Dennis Tan, SM answered. I think I explained in some detail why specifically the Deputy Secretary, and you heard the Senior Minister. What was in my mind is I should let Ministry of Law know, because that way the Permanent Secretary will know, the Deputy Secretary will know. These are senior admin service officers. I could have written direct to SLA, or I could have asked my agent to write direct to SLA, and I know based on practice, they do give this information. And I explained why I thought that it's better to ask the Deputy Secretary. It was a judgment call. It's better to ask the Deputy Secretary rather than going direct to SLA. If I had gone direct to SLA and SLA receives a letter, is that better? Or is it better that, there is the Deputy Secretary who, together with the Permanent Secretary, knows that this is happening, gets a list, and I look at it, and then I recuse myself if I want to proceed. So everything is transparent, above board, and I think it was important for me to have told my ministry. So this is not on a private errand or something. I looked at it as I'm telling my ministry and saying, I think it's, I didn't express it, but that is the understanding. They understood me and I understood my thinking, which is, if I ask you, you get it, I look at it, that way the ministry knows what I'm doing, rather than writing directly. And I see that as something that is entirely proper.
SM Teo Chee Hean.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thought I should make a clarification on something I had just said, which my colleague said may possibly be misunderstood. I had earlier said that it is important to observe the spirit rather than the letter of the codes. I think that is open to serious misinterpretation. What I meant was it is important to observe the spirit rather than to just, and not just, the letter of the codes. And I think if you look at the context of what I was saying, you will appreciate the context, because there are many examples that are given. You may just follow the examples, but if you don't follow the spirit, that's not good enough. So you must follow the letter of the code, but that's not good enough. You must follow the spirit as well. And I thought I should clarify that in case it's taken out of context.
Yes. Mr. Gerald Giam.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have questions for Minister Shanmugam as well as SM Teo. Mr. Deputy Speaker, why couldn't Minister Shan inform his Permanent Secretary separately after getting his agent to make the inquiries? And did he make clear to his DS at the time that he asked him that he was making this request for the purpose of transparency? To SM Teo, does SM Teo think that as long as no privileged information is asked for, a minister can make a personal request of a civil servant relating to transactions under his ministry? And does he think that other ministers should do the same in future when faced with a similar situation as Minister Shanmugam? Thank you.
So I think this is one case where Mr. Giam is obviously taking what I said out of context.
Minister Shanmugam.
Deputy Speaker, sir, can I have Mr. Giam's question again, please? Thank you.
Mr. Giam.
So why couldn't Minister Shanmugam inform his permanent secretary separately after getting an agent to make inquiries? Because we discussed earlier that he could have asked SLA through an agent, but he chose not to. He chose to go to his DS instead. Why couldn't he go to his agent, get his agent to ask SLA a question, and then inform his PermSec separately? And did he make clear to his DS at the time that he was asking him that he was asking for the purpose of transparency?
I thought I've explained this a number of times. When an agent goes and asks SLA, SLA will ask, who are you asking for? They're not just going to give it to every agent. There must be a principle identified. I did say, in my understanding, the person who is asking has got to be a credible prospect. So who is asking? And the agent will then say it's Minister K Shanmugam. And as I said to Mr. Denistan, is that better? Or is it better to ask a much more senior officer and let him know? Now, as to whether I told the Deputy Secretary that this is in the interest of transparency, I think the context was clear because he told me, if I recall correctly, that he will keep the Permanent Secretary informed. So everybody understood. Yes, this is why I'm asking him. He will keep the Permanent Secretary informed, and he will get me a list, and then we see how we proceed, rather than going direct to SLA. Thank you, sir.
I see three more new hands. I'll take the 3 hands on this theme and then also open the floor to the other theme, which Mr. Seah Yao Chen had raised, which Minister Edwin Tong would like to respond to. And also, I think Mr. Leon Pereira had a third supplementary question to Mr. Tong. So the three hands are Associate Professor Lim, Mr. Leong Man Wai, and then Mr. Pritam Singh. And then we'll go on to a different theme. So if I could ask the three members to stay on theme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So my question in this particular theme is very much in the spirit of this question. And I understand from the report that, and the statements made, that there were no actual or verifiable conflicts of interest in the Ridout transactions made by the two ministers. That said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to hear directly from the two ministers, Shanmugam and Balakrishnan, if on hindsight, whether there are specific actions that they undertook that they now believe, at the very least, could be perceived as a conflict of interest, keeping in mind that we operate as public servants and perceptions are very important for public figures, and especially since the Ministerial Code of Conduct, of course, includes this more stringent qualification. I have a second question, but I'll leave it for a subsequent theme.
I thank Mr. Lim for this question. I think it's an important question, and it's at the heart of a lot of misunderstanding, even from lawyers. Actual conflict. I think I'm glad to hear Mr. Lim and others agree there is no actual conflict. But just so that we understand what it means, actual conflict is you have an interest and you make a decision. We all agree that wasn't there. From what I hear from the members, there was no potential conflict either, because I recused myself. Potential conflict, as I explained, arises when you have an interest and you may potentially make a decision. Members agree from what they are saying that there was no potential conflict. They accept the conclusions of the reports on that. The confusion arises on perceived conflict. And let me explain what is at the heart of the confusion. When you talk about conflict, what are you talking about? You are talking about someone in conflict. There is an interest on one side and there is a duty on the other side. If one of those don't exist, there is no conflict. If there is no actual conflict, no potential conflict, what does perceived conflict in this context mean? It seems to me, in essence, the essence of Mr. Lim's questions and some of the other questions, including Ms. Lim's question, is that if others perceive you to be in conflict, therefore you are in conflict, and therefore you are in breach of the ministerial code. It doesn't matter that you took no part in it. It doesn't matter that you recused yourself. It doesn't matter that the matter was decided perfectly properly. As long as a member of the public or anyone else can take the view that you are in perceived conflict, you are in conflict. Now, you can't run any government on that basis. Let me give you some examples. Minister for Health goes to a hospital for knee replacement. The hypothetical example. He goes to a hospital, knee replacement. He is not in actual conflict. He is not asking them to charge him anything less. Otherwise, Prime Minister will ask CPIB to look at it. He is not bringing forward his surgery ahead of others against medical advice. That could be abuse of power. But someone can say, you are the Minister of Health. You appoint or you have a say in appointing the CEOs. You are the person who decides on the structure and in some ways, their career progress. They might treat you better than they might treat others, and therefore you are in perceived conflict. Can a government work on this basis, that it's entirely up to a subjective viewpoint on perception, perceived conflict? Or Minister for Home Affairs, in a personal capacity, goes to file a police report. Can someone say, well, that creates a perceived conflict of interest because you are in charge, ultimately, of the police force, and they might, therefore handle the investigations differently, and therefore there is a perception of conflict. In anything dealing with that report, the minister must recuse himself. He must have no part to play. He must treat himself as a private citizen, and the matter must be handled by others appropriate within the police and the ministry. I can give you a string of examples. Minister for Education, his son applies to a school which has some discretion whether to admit children or not. Is he in a perceived conflict of interest? No, I thought about it. The reason why we are ranked as highly as we are, and the reason why this government is not corrupt, is because we take these things seriously. Ministerial code of conduct doesn't mean you get to absurd results. It's got to have common sense, it's got to be the spirit, it's got to be the letter, and it's got to be applied sensibly and properly, but rigorously. What is the perceived conflict? Can someone explain to me? Rather than just repeating the word, what is the perceived conflict? I mean, in essence, strip it of all these legalese that people use. In essence, what is being said is, if you are in charge of a ministry, you must not engage in any transaction which is available to public citizens. That's in essence what's being said. If that is so, that's a new principle. Because some people may perceive you to be in conflict. But that's not the principle in the code. That's my answer to Mr. Lim. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Leong Man Wai. Mr. Leong. Oh. You have a clarification, right? Do you or do you not?
I do, yes. So just the clarification is that for Minister Shanmugam, on hindsight, that there are no perceived conflicts of interest in his mind that he would have otherwise corrected.
Sorry, sir, I missed part of Mr. Lim's question, so maybe if you can repeat it again.
Yes, it is that in your mind, there are no indeed perceived conflicts of interest on hindsight that you would otherwise have alternatively acted in a different way.
In my mind, there was a possibility of a potential or perceived conflict of interest. I didn't think there was going to be any actual conflict of interest because, as I said, rentals don't come up to Ministry of Law. But there is a potential conflict of interest if I remain in the chain of command. So that was very much in my mind, which is why I went and took this step. And the way this government operates, Senior Minister Teo, previously in charge of the Public Service Division, knows all about how our rules operate. And that is why I went to him and said, if this comes up, can Indrani come to you? In fact, I could have left it with Indrani. Our people are honorable, competent. Indrani could have dealt with it herself, but I didn't even want to take that chance. I wanted to make sure that, there was somebody more senior than me who can have a say in the matter if it came up. So yes, the answer is yes, it was in my mind, which is why I took the steps that I took.
Mr. Leong Man Wai.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I have two questions. One for the, both for the SM. But before that, what I'd like to say is that I think what we are discussing today is that most of us believe in the integrity of our government. But what we are trying to establish is that are there conflicted situations that we should avoid going forward? And then from this, if we agree that there are some conflicted situations, whether the outcome of the terms and conditions of the contract reflect that, or whether the terms and conditions reflect a conflicted situation or not. So we actually still in the process of discussing and debating, and I hope the SM will be patient, that we probably cannot conclude whether there's a conflicted situation or not. But first of all, now we are talking about whether there's a conflicted situation or not. So maybe I have two questions I'd like to ask. Is one, the SM himself said, if someone has the power over his personal interest, then it may potentially be a conflicted situation. So if, although the law minister have explained that it may not be a conflicted situation, although the CEO of SLA reports directly to him, but his personal interest is affected, can be affected by the decision of the CEO of SLA, who reports to the law minister. So indirectly, the law minister, although recusing for himself from the decision-making process, has power over his personal interest. What do you think about this? First question. Second question is regards to the code of conduct. I think the SM just now mentioned that it should not just be the letter of the code of conduct, but also the spirit. But we expect our government to be a government of integrity. Don't you think that our expectations and the expectations of many Singaporeans would be you don't touch anything that you are doubtful? So if, can I ask, the SM, if under the current situation, don't you think the two ministers should have considered the possibility of negative public perception? Because the Singaporeans are already saying the ministers are paid $1 million of salaries, the ministers have private bungalows of their own, and they still go and rent a relatively cheaper public bungalow, which, however, are the three most prestigious bungalows in Singapore, and having the government to fork out over $1 million to reinstate the bungalows before they move in. Don't you think that that scenario conjures up a very bad picture? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Mr. Leong for his emphatic belief in the integrity of our government. Sir, on the issue of conflict of interest, I think we have spent quite a lot of time explaining what needs to be there for a conflict of interest to take place. And that Minister Vivian Balakrishnan is not in a conflict of interest situation. And that Minister Shanmugam was in a position of potential conflict of interest. And that he took steps to make sure that he removed himself from that potential conflict of interest so that no actual conflict of interest could arise or did arise. And the perceived conflict of interest, I mean, as I explained earlier, if one has dealt with that there's no actual conflict of interest, there's no potential conflict of interest, then that should be sufficient to dispel the idea of a perceived concept of interest in any fair-minded person. So that's my view. The fact that, yes, he has some power over the appointment of this, whether he assesses that the CEO of SLA performs well or not, that will always be there, all right? that can't, you can't remove that. But that will mean that the Prime Minister, for example, cannot do anything because he has powers over practically every agency in Singapore, right? So I think one has to look at the realities of the situation and what steps people have taken. And most importantly, to have confidence in the integrity of the public service and our public officers. And I think in this case, our public officers showed a very high degree of integrity. For example, when the management agent asked SLA, is there some VVIP track? The SLA officer replied emphatically to the management agent, no, there is no such thing. Every potential tenant or tenant has to be treated equally. This is a testament to the quality of the public officers that we have. They know what integrity means and they stand by it. And so I think we have to give credit to our public officers that they know how to behave and they know what to do. So that is a very important aspect of integrity of the public service. On the code of conduct, I would first like to dispel another misconception which Mr. Leong's question perhaps inadvertently perpetuates, that these relatively cheap bungalows. It's not true, Mr. Leong. It's not true. And you can see the facts for yourself that it is not true. And I hope that you will help to spread the word that it is not true. The bungalows are rented out at market rates. They're valued, 83% of them are managed by managing agents, about 17% are managed by SLA, and they are all rented out at market rates. The valuations are done by the valuation department in SLA, quite distinct and separate from the leasing department, as we've explained and has been demonstrated. They are also valued by the MAs. And the agents out there have a pretty good idea what they're worth. So I think we should dispel this idea completely, which I think Mr. Leong must have inadvertently sort of contributed to through his question, that these bungalows are going at a relatively cheap rate. I think also that Mr. Edwin Tong has explained why the expenditure is required to set these properties to make them habitable and rentable. I'm not a property person myself, but I do some simple arithmetic. If you have a property which is not tenanted and not in good condition and can't be rented out, you get no rent from it. But you have to put money in to cut the grass, to make sure the building at least remains in some decent condition, it doesn't sort of fall down and so on. So it's a complete loss to SLA if it doesn't put the property in a condition which is rentable. So when the prospect of a tenant comes up and the tenant is prepared to offer or looks like he's a credible tenant and looks like he can offer you a decent rent, then SLA says, I will put in the money if the resident is prepared, the tenant, potential tenant, is also prepared to put in money. And then we can talk. And the sums look large, $500,000 in round numbers, to put, SLA, as SLA says, to put the building back into basic habitable condition. But many of the things that they do will last for quite a long time. For example, if the water tank is in very poor condition, you replace the water tank, it will last you 10 years at least. If you have a problem with the roof and the roof is leaking, it will last you, when you replace it or do major repairs on it, it will last you at least 10 years. If you have problems with the beams and the structures because there's a lot of wood in there, and you do work on it, it will last you maybe 10 years. So this is amortized over a period of time, and the SLA does its cost-benefit analysis to see whether it is worthwhile. So if a tenant is prepared to pay, let's say round numbers, $20,000 in rent, $25,000 in rent, $20,000 in rent in the first year will bring back $240,000, $25,000 will bring back $300,000. So within the first 2 years, the first 3 years, SLA will collect back somewhere between $600,000 and $750,000, depending, say, I'm getting my numbers mixed up, say 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 from the rental in the first 3 years of rental, 2 to 3 years of rental. And after that, what they have done is still good for another 6, 7 years. So if you have a tenant who is prepared to rent it from you for 3 plus 3 or 3 plus 2 plus 2, and reliable and prepared to give you good rental, it is a worthwhile thing to do. Because otherwise, SLA will have to put in money every year to maintain the land, to cut the grass, to make sure that no mosquitoes, to make sure that this conserved property doesn't fall down and collapse. And it's a dead loss. Whereas by putting in that investment, they can get a return on investment over a number of years, which will then bring benefits to the state. And these are the kinds of trade-offs, cost-benefit analyses that SLA does, which I think the SLA officers do know and are cognizant that they need to do things which have value for money, good cost-benefit analysis, and bring benefit to the state. I think our public officers do have integrity, and they do look after the interests of the state and all of us.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Deputy Speaker, clarification, please.
No, I've called Mr. Pritam Singh. Please. Thank you, Mr. Leong.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think Minister Shanmugam is not in chamber. My question is also directed at him. Perhaps we can move on and I can come back when Mr. Shanmugam
Very
is
well.
back in chamber.
I think Mr. Seah Yao Chen's question was not answered, and it was requested that it be answered later. Mr. Seah, would you like to repeat your earlier questions for Mr. Edwin Tong's benefit?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir, my question, actually that was my second point of clarification, but it was on land management. And specifically I asked about how much land, and what's the total land area that the state-owned portfolio of black and white bungalows sit on, and how might this factor into the government's weighing of both economic and social factors to determine how best to make use of this total land area and to manage a portfolio of black and white bungalows. Thank you.
So I'd spent a large part of my speech outlining precisely that. We have a variety of different properties, heritage properties, the older ones. Black and whites is one category of them. And I've also outlined that as we manage them, as they get older in the portfolio, where possible, we try to look at other users. I've cited a number of examples to members in this House. And I'd like to assure Mr. Seah that moving forward, we will continue to do so. The buildings themselves, the properties, are the heritage buildings. If they're conserved, it is the building. Sometimes it makes sense to look at it in the context of the surrounding area, the land in which it sits on, or the adjacent property. And you don't want to remove it from the adjacent property and use it for other purposes that don't cohere with the status and symbol of the heritage property. So in terms of the land that is used, as I've cited my examples, I think some of them we have broadened it, we have mixed it up with other developments so that it is sufficiently vibrant. Its place, you make up the place and have a certain theme to it, like we do at One North and Rochester Commons, which I've cited. Other times, you want to ensure that the setting is preserved. It's not just the building itself or the property, but the setting in which it occurs, in which case you need more land. But yet other occasions, I've cited in Seletar, where you would take the view that there is minimal heritage value, probably more to be gained by combining it en bloc, redeveloping it, as we did in Seletar, and then it becomes an industrial estate. So these are the different uses that we have done in the past. We will continue to evolve this, and I would assure Mr. Seah that SLA is very innovative in not just how it plans moving forward, but also with the partnerships that it forms with private sector to ensure that we optimize the users, not just from a pure revenue generation perspective, but also making sure that we look at lifestyle, social users, and in some cases also social causes as well. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pritam Singh, the question that you wanted to ask previously.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you. I think a number of members have come forward and asked questions since the first questions I asked. I'd like to put into context this command paper before the House. I beg your pardon, miscellaneous paper before the House. The fact of the matter here is I don't believe anybody is making an allegation that the minister is corrupt. Somebody is corrupt in the system. I don't think, Singaporeans are not making that point. I think it's quite clear to me. The issue I think we're having to deal with here is the Ministerial Code of Conduct and a specific course of action that was taken by the minister when he instructed his DS to get some information. I'll just share the problem with that just over the course of the last 2 hours. Senior Minister Teo says it's not a secret list. Anybody can ask for the list. Minister Shanmugam is a bit more qualified. He says credible people will get the information. So within that, we can see some differentiation of why that information, to seek that information, could be conceived as, by some people at least, including myself, as actually seeking information which probably, out of a matter of prudence, would be better sought by an agent appointed by the minister, which was the question Senior Minister didn't answer in my first round of questions. Would it have been better, in his perspective, as the minister reviewing this episode, for Minister Shanmugam to appoint an agent, and he would still have been able to make the necessary declarations vis-à-vis conflict with his senior civil servants and so forth, which it would appear from SLA policy that the fact that the valuer didn't know who was the person ultimately who was going to rent the property suggests that this would not have been so much of a problem. So I think we haven't interrogated that and how the system can be improved if a situation like this comes up again. In my view, I think it is much more prudent in view of the Ministerial Code of Conduct, which is onerous, to keep the matters separate, keep the official matters separate, keep your professional matters separate. There's no need to ask a senior civil servant this information when you know you can get an agent to secure the same information. I'm not sure whether the senior minister can agree with that. The second point I'd like to raise is I think Minister Shanmugam spoke of an innuendo that when we ask questions about rental and land area being increased, that somehow this is a personal attack against him. Let's be clear, nobody is playing the man here. We're looking at the issue. And in this, and my point when I raised my first set of questions was, there's a question of political optics. When we want to rent, let's say, a landed property, an intermediate terrace house would cost less than a corner terrace or a semi-detached house. Why? Because the land has utility. If you are a pet lover, you can clearly see that connection. If you have a big family like Minister Vivian, that land, the additional land, has utility. Hence, in the minds of people, the view is surely there ought to be some value attached to that, notwithstanding the clarification Second Minister of Law made about how the valuers in SLA look at it. I think that's the public perception that has raised some of these questions that have come to bear. I just have a final point which was really triggered by what Member Zulkarnain asked. He asked about the statement and the process of the CPIB investigation. Can I just confirm with both ministers, in the course of the investigations, were your mobile devices seized by CPIB and returned at the end of investigations? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since we are coming towards the end of the first theme, which is whether there's wrongdoing, conflict of interest, and whether there were private benefits derived by the ministers through abuse of power, I'm very happy to hear Mr. Pritam Singh say that nobody is alleging corruption. And so my take is that this House actually concurs that there's no wrongdoing, there's no corruption, there's no abuse of power. That's my take, because that is the same conclusion that I come to, and we are at one, Mr. Pritam Singh. So the issue now is one of perception of conduct, of conflict of interest, right? So we agree there's no corruption, abuse of power, and so on, and personal benefit gain. The issue now is one of conflict of interest, actual conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest, perceived conflict of interest. And we have gone through this a number of times. And before I go any further, again, I said anybody can get the list. And this is in the context of anybody who is a credible potential tenant, right? And that is clearly the context in which I made that comment. So there is no air gap between what Mr. Shan said, Mr. Shanmugam said with regard to credible tenants and what I said. So there's no difference in that. So on perceptions, conflict of interest, I can only repeat what I said earlier. There is potential conflict of interest, there is actual conflict of interest. Two elements must come together for these to exist. There must be a duty and coming from the position which the person holds, which impacts upon the second factor, which is a private interest of that person. If those two come together, then there's a potential conflict of interest. If that person does something or exercises the powers that he has in a decision which affects his personal interest, then that's an actual conflict of interest. But once either one of these two is removed, then there's no actual conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest. And as I said, I think that if one explains it and looks at it properly, any fair-minded person will then say, if there's no potential conflict of interest or actual conflict of interest because the potential for that has been removed, a fair-minded person will then say, then the perception of a perceived conflict of interest should be dispelled. I think that's what a fair-minded person will come to. So those are the points that I want to make, and I think I will stop there and let Mr. Edwin Tong respond.
Minister Shanmugam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, just a short point before Minister Tong responds on questions and innuendos. I want to make it very clear, as I said in my personal statement earlier, ministerial statement, I welcome questions. I think it's important that we discuss this robustly, thoroughly, fully. That is how we keep the integrity in the system. And I don't run away from any of the questions. In fact, I wanted a full, in-depth investigation. And there was a full, in-depth investigation. The point about innuendos, I mean, we can go through the different questions. The point is, main point for this House is our conduct, the reports, what we did, what we didn't do, was there anything wrong? Did we benefit in any way? These are relevant questions because this government and Singapore the bedrock is integrity, financial integrity. And if we are not prepared to come up and have ourselves being questioned, answer, explain, let Singaporeans judge for themselves. What did we do? The leader has talked about optics. I think if necessary, we will talk about the optics too. But first, we want questions. We want to answer all the questions. And I fear no questions.
Minister Edward Tong.
Thank you, sir. I want to go back to the point that Mr. Singh, LO, raised about the valuation, and I think you said SLA's valuers. I was quite careful to say that it's not just SLA's valuers. This is a view that's taken of the market, and we have to be guided by market forces in how we look at this. When we say it is the GFA that is the main factor that determines the price and the marketability, it's not just an SLA position or a policy position. Is that taken by the industry, by the market? And I pointed you to the annex in in SM Teo's report, because that represents all the black and whites in Singapore. And the majority of these black and whites, to be precise, 87% of them are managed by professional MAs, managing agents. And each time they do a transaction, they use their own in-house independent valuers to make that assessment as to what the guide rent ought to be. And they are not told by SLA what the guide rent should be or how to determine it, but they go back to market forces. So this is a factor that is looked at, and it has to be looked at in the context of what's the right market, what are the right market forces to it. And I mentioned too in my speech that each of these managing agents, their arrangement with SLA incentivizes them to maximize occupancy and drive rental. That's their KPI. So there is no incentive for them to try to assess a guide rent otherwise than by market forces. And so I hope that puts this matter to rest, because it's not that GFA is the only factor. Neither did I say that. Land is, of course, relevant. Location, condition, and all these are factors that I think I mentioned. They're all relevant. But the main factor when it comes to a black and white heritage property is really the GFA. Thank you.
We've concluded the first theme, which is, as I understand it,
I think, Sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, I think Mr. Singh asked if they looked at our emails or phones, whether they seized the phones. My phones did not have any relevant messages because they automatically delete, and CPIB looked through it. There was no need to seize them because, that's a setting on my phone. They looked at and asked for and looked at my emails.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have had absolutely no communication with the property agent or with SLA, so there was no need for my phone to be surrendered. However, I should add that every single message between my wife and the property agent and the managing agent, and subsequently with SLA staff, was in the hands of CPIB. Because you might remember when you send a message, it's two ways. So they had sight of every single message. It just shows you the thoroughness in which this investigation was conducted. I assume the vast majority of you here have never had the privilege of interrogation by CPIB. Let me assure all of you it is a most uncomfortable, invasive, intrusive, thorough process, and I don't wish it upon any of you.
Minister Vivian said jogged my memory. While there were no messages on my phone, all the messages that I exchanged they had, and in fact I was asked questions on some of them, because some people keep messages for 5 years, and those messages were taken by CPIB from others who had sent me messages. I recall, I don't know what they have, I don't know what they don't have, but I was shown some. So I assume that, messages that were sent to me, or messages that I sent, which were still available, were seen by them.
You have a final point on this theme, Mr. Singh?
Yeah, so just to confirm, it would be correct for the record to say the phones were not seized.
I think correct to confirm is that phones were looked through, and since there was no relevant material, they were given back to us in the course of the interview.
My phone was not seized.
All right, that concludes the first theme. I think the second theme really relates to maintenance, size, rental prices. Essentially, Minister Edwin Tong's reply or ministerial statement. I understand Mr. Seah Yao Chuan had a question that has already been answered. I understand that Mr. Leon Pereira had a third question that I asked for him to postpone to this phase of the debate. I propose that we look at ending this at about 5:30. So can I ask members to keep their clarifications short? Thank you. Mr. Leon Pereira.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'll try and keep it very short. So for Minister Tong, firstly, the methodology of direct negotiated rental versus open bidding system. If I understand the Minister correctly, direct negotiated rental is taken in weak market conditions, and that was why for 26 and 31 Ridout, that methodology was used. I have seen information from some media outlets which may or may not be accurate, which is why I'm putting the question here, that at the relevant time, 2018, 2019, most of the other properties on Ridout were actually rented out. So on what basis was the determination made that market conditions were weak such that you had to resort to direct negotiated rental as opposed to an open bidding system? First one. The second one is really just, I'm trying to reconcile what has been said in the report about how certain properties, black and white bungalows, are not listed on the SPIO in a down cycle because you don't want too much transparency, which may deter bidders if they can see a lot of vacant properties. And I quoted something from the Straits Times earlier about that policy. I can understand that policy intent, but I'm just struggling to reconcile that with this notion that anyone can go to SLA and just get a full listing of those properties. So how do those two things gel together? I mean, if someone can go to SLA and get a full listing of properties, why are some properties not listed on the SPIO? And lastly, if I could just finish off the very quick response to what DPM Teo said in response to me. I was not suggesting that CPIB should not be involved and AGO should handle it instead. I think CPIB has an important role to play to look at Prevention of Corruption Act offences, which they've done. I was suggesting that the determination of consistency of the Ministerial Code of Conduct be done by an independent organization. It could be the AGO, it could be a judge or a retired judge or someone else to put that imprimatur of independence. I wasn't suggesting either or. You may disagree with that. I think SMTO probably does disagree, but that was what I was putting forward to clarify.
Just 2 points before I hand over to my colleague. First of all, exactly, I clarified that I didn't say anybody. I said any credible prospect. So it's not just anybody, but any credible prospect, and I explained that. Secondly, this government takes responsibility over the code of conduct. We don't outsource it to someone else. We believe that we should take responsibility for the code of conduct and the conduct of our ministers. And so we take responsibility for that. You can't outsource this. So those are the 2 points I want to make.
Minister Edwin Tong.
Sir, to Mr. Pereira's first question on market conditions. The market conditions are set out in, well, first you can see the table that I circulated earlier. I think that tells you what the rental index was for URA as a whole. And in addition, specifically on Ridout, you'll see from SMTO's report, one of the annexes, that at the material time, it was at 71%. So I think that answers your first question. On your second question, you said that the black and whites were not put on SPIO because we don't want too much transparency. I would say please don't put words in my mouth or put it in my speech, which was not the case. That's not the reason why it's not on SPIO. And I think if you've heard the subsequent debate that we've had on this, on the list, property, how it's accessed and so on, there's nothing confidential about this. There's no secret list of properties that only certain people can rent. Go back to first principles. SLA is the landlord. And I told you at my speech that we want to maximize occupancy. We want these properties to be rented. What's the best way in which they can be rented? In an upmarket, you want to make sure that it's as exposed as possible because there's more demand than there is supply. In a down market, it's the contrary. But not for lack of transparency reasons, as you try to suggest. It's because you don't want to have yourselves have each property bid against itself, to have more supply than demand exhibited on all the portals. So what's being done in those situations is for some properties at the discretion of the MA to be listed on the SPIO. Other properties might well find their way on other property portals like Property Guru and so on. And the managing agent and each of their real estate agents in their network would in fact have the full list of all the assets that are available for renting. All the black and whites, in this case, available for renting, would be something known by the managing agent. And they would want that advertised as much as they can through their networks. And so the purpose of not listing it on SPIO is not for transparency reasons, Mr. Pereira. It is to ensure that the right strategy is adopted, to ensure that we market in the right way that coheres with the dynamics and movements of the market at the relevant time.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have two questions. The first is to the Honourable Senior Minister, Mr. Teo. Given the fact that he was installed as the head of the chain of command in relation to the dealings pertaining to 26 Ridout Road, now that we have established the facts, if we were to turn the clock back, are there any facts that you would have expected to be raised to your attention? So I'm not seeking an elaborate answer, a brief answer on that would suffice. My next question is to the Honourable Minister Shanmugam. Given the sheer size of the property at 26 Ridout Road, there have been some comments in the public about whether ministers living in such private properties have a connection with the people and would be able to relate to the people. And also whether such acts kind of engenders a picture of inequality in Singapore. I wonder whether the Honourable Minister has a response to that. Thank you.
SMTO.
On Mr. Murali's first question, I think that the Minister Shan in this particular case handled himself and recused himself properly. So I have no difficulty with what he did.
Minister Shan.
So Mr. Pillai has ask two questions. One about inequality and the other about empathy. I think it goes back to the point that Mr. Singh referred to as optics as well. It's tied to that. With your leave, sir, I would like to take some time in answering this question because this is quite important.
Yes.
So I seek your indulgence.
Yes. We can go past 5:30 if needed. Not for your response. I mean for the for this debate. These clarifications rather. There's no debate. Please proceed, Minister.
It might take a fair bit of time, but anyway. So, I mean, I understand the question. It's many Singaporeans face challenges in today's economic climate, rising prices for many things, high inflation. So inequality is one of the biggest issues we are grappling with, not just here in Singapore, but the world over. And how we deal with it and the values that inform our approach are important. I often speak about inequality when I speak outside to audiences because it is a critical issue for Singapore and also because it is seared into me because I've gone through it myself, seen it firsthand. So it's not just an academic exercise for me. I grew up in rental housing. I stayed in Bukit Ho Swee as a young boy. Then as a teenager, I lived in a 3-room flat in Block 3, Ghim Moh. I still remember the address. About 20 years later, as a senior counsel, I owned a GCB in Astrid Hill. And prior to that, I owned a house in Wee Tiong Hiam Park, also very nearby, though I never lived in that house. The distance between Block 3, Ghim Moh and Astrid is only about 1 kilometer. It's a short walking distance. But the psychological and financial distance between Ghim Moh and Astrid or Wee Tiong Hiam is oceans wide. As an undergraduate, when I lived in Ghim Moh, I used to cross the old Bukit Timah railway line, walk up East Sussex Lane to the bus stop along Holland Road to take a bus to law school. 20 years later, I would drive along Holland Road. At the same bus stop, instead of walking up the left, I make a right turn into Coronation Road West to go into Queen Astrid Park, to go to my house there. I think a lot about inequality and the gap, not least because I have straddled the gap and have lived at both extremes, rental and GCB. So for my part, the circumstances I grew up with are seared into me. And when you have gone through the experiences I have, you never forget them, regardless of how successful you become. So how should you deal with inequality? You don't deal with inequality by preventing poor kids from doing well. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew set up a system that allowed a poor Indian kid to become a successful lawyer, to do well. You tackle inequality by providing for social mobility, by helping people to move up. You do this, for example, by providing good support, opportunities, help everyone to move up, and redistributing income from those who have succeeded to the poor or less well off through taxes. You can tax the rich more and redistribute while making sure to keep the system fair. If you tax too much, the wealthy will leave. If you don't tax enough, it won't be a fair system. So you have to get it just right. And in Singapore, the top 10% of personal income taxpayers account for, I believe, 80% of our total income tax revenue, personal income tax revenue. And those at the lower 20% receive about $4 in benefits for every tax dollar they pay. So in Singapore, those who are wealthier must understand Singapore is a small place. We sink or swim together. And they need to contribute, pay more taxes. We have to make sure that those who are less well off are properly taken care of and there is social mobility and opportunity. Personally, based just on the 2-3 years income between 2005 and 2007, before I became a minister, I probably paid more than $2 million in taxes, and rightfully so. A famous American jurist, Oliver Wendell Holmes, once said, "Taxes are the price we pay for civilization." In my case, all I have, I got from Singapore. It's only right for me to give back. Dealing with inequality is always a work in progress, and how can we continue to find ways to bring about greater equality? We must encourage those who have more, who have achieved more, to come forward and contribute their time and talent and resources to help make a stronger society. We need people to step forward, help fellow Singaporeans, including in public service. So if you look at Mr. Lee's approach, since the start, he brought in people who are doing well outside and those who had the heart to serve. Some were independently very wealthy, but he persuaded them to give up their careers in the private sector to come in to serve Singapore. They, together with Mr. Lee, did more than most to make Singapore a more equal society. Of course, if there are other good workable suggestions on how we can do better, that will be good. But we shouldn't penalize people who do well. And sir, on Mr. Pilay's second question on empathy, if you live in such a place, how can you have empathy? I just spoke about Mr. Lee's approach. Whether you should serve or not should depend on your heart. Do you want to help serve, make lives of Singaporeans better? Mr. Lee brought in people as ministers and MPs, regardless of their background, and didn't matter if they were rich or poor, from trade unionists like Mr. Mahmud Awang, from the Singapore Traction Company Employees Union, Mr. Ho Si Beng from Printers Union, to highly successful businessmen and professionals like Mr. Lim Kim San and Mr. Eddie Barker. For example, Mr. Lim Kim San. He was a shrewd, successful businessman when Mr. Lee brought him into public service. Mr. Lee said he helped change the fortunes of Singapore as HDB chairman. He then served as minister in various ministries, including finance, defense, national development, where he was also responsible for building HDB flats. He lived in a very large bungalow in Dalby Road. Staying there and his wealth didn't prevent him from feeling the plight of Singaporeans who had no homes to live in and doing his utmost to solve their problems by building HDB homes for them. Others too. Mr. Barker is the minister who drafted the separation agreement. He stayed in Queen Astrid Park. Should Mr. Lee have said to him, "Eddie, you are a successful lawyer living in Queen Astrid Park, you can't serve Singapore"? Dr. Goh Keng Swee stayed in a very large black and white bungalow at Goodwood Hill. He was DPM, key architect of modern Singapore, economy, defense, education, across the board. Mr. Hon Sui Sen, he served as finance minister, chairman EDB, president of DBS. He also rented a black and white at Malcolm Road. Or I should add, at that time, it was among the benefits that senior officials could rent houses reserved for them. When we moved to a clean wage policy, these black and whites and other state-owned properties were made available to anyone, and the rentals were determined by the market. But they remain the same type of black and white houses that Minister Vivian and I are staying in. Not any more prestigious or less prestigious then or now, and some, of course, quite run down as compared to modern GCBs. So it becomes a matter of personal preference. Now, I should add, I'm not in any way seeking to compare myself or other current ministers with the ministers I have mentioned. Point I'm making is a person's ability to serve should not depend on where he lives or how poor or rich he is. And what about myself? I don't believe the homes I lived in have affected my ability to serve and empathize. I was doing well in my career as a lawyer while I was serving as a backbench MP for more than 20 years before I became a minister. As I explained, this was how I was able to buy my family home and pay the rental for Ridout. I became an MP in September 1988 when I was 29. At that time, I was a few months away from becoming a partner. I knew it would be very challenging to manage my career and be an MP at the same time. But I agreed to stand for elections in 1988, become an MP, and do what I can to make Singapore a better place. Every hardworking MP will know the requirements of being an MP in terms of time, energy, are considerable. From the beginning of my journey as an MP, I found it demanding, but I also found it inspiring. Demanding because my legal career required my full attention, but it was inspiring because I was doing what I could to forge a community in Chong Pang. I enjoyed interacting with my residents. I drew meaning and purpose from serving my residents. When I came into politics in 1988, most Chong Pang residents were generally less well off. Many were like my parents who had to work tirelessly to provide the best for their children. They are good, hardworking people. They want a better life. They want their children to do better. And I want to be there to help them to do so. So although it was challenging to juggle between being an MP and my legal career, I carried on. Then in 2008, I was asked by Prime Minister to become a minister because Prof. Jayakumar, who had been law minister for 20 years by then, was stepping down. I was 48 at the peak of my career. It would have been much easier for me to continue being a full-time lawyer than to join cabinet. I did also seriously think about the cutback in income. It was going to be very significant. I had to assess what it would mean for me, my family, and assess that against what I could contribute by serving Singaporeans as a minister. I asked myself on my last day on earth, this is a question I ask frequently, when I reflect back on my life, what would I have wanted to have done with my life? Spend all my time making more money, or also spend some time doing some good work for the community and others, and perhaps some good for the country. Many things that people spend time on will not seem worthwhile to have done in the rearview mirror when your life is about to end. So having twice or three times more money would not make me twice or three times more happy or fulfilled. So I accepted PM's invitation, agreed to enter full-time politics as a minister. It was and continues to be an honor and a privilege to serve Singaporeans and Singapore. As I said, all I have, I got from Singapore. It was Singapore's system, the system that Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and Dr. Goh Keng Swee and their team set up to provide stability, good standards of living, good schools and opportunities that allowed me and so many others to achieve what we have, despite where we started, and in spite of race, language, or religion. So I was fortunate to have been born in Singapore, and I want to help make policies to make sure other Singaporeans have the opportunities that I did. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting that I made a special sacrifice in taking a pay cut or moving from my family home. It wasn't a sacrifice. It is a privilege to serve Singapore, Singaporeans. I've done this now for 35 years, 20 years as a backbencher and 15 as a minister. I've spent more than half my life in Parliament and more than half my life with Chong Pang. I do not hide what I earned as a lawyer. It's public knowledge. My residents judge me by my heart and my commitment to serve, not by how much I earn and where I live. They know I am there for them, that I'm there to help. I've lived in a HDB flat, rental flat, 3-room flat, 5-room flat, condominium, semi-detached, bungalows, GCBs. Before I moved to Ridout, my empathy did not increasingly decrease as my houses got larger, or as I made more money. Over the years, and no one raised any issue of my empathy or my ability to serve, in the 10 years I was living in my GCB in Astrid Hill. Is the empathy affected? Does it get more affected when you move from a GCB that you own to a black and white that you rent? Is that the way we are going to judge politicians? I hope members will seek to make Singaporeans and everyone understand what is involved, because we shouldn't start judging people on the basis of where they live or how successful they were in the private sector, and then say, you're too successful, you cannot come in to serve. I think that will be a wrong principle. And it's contrary to everything that made Singapore successful in the first generation. I have seen generations of Chongpong residents. Some have moved out into bigger residences, some have received scholarships to study overseas, some have moved back to stay in new developments in Nee Soon, so that they could be near to take care of their aging parents. These are gratifying reminders that our system works well. We have good social infrastructure to uplift those who can excel, support the vulnerable, make every town a caring and livable home. It has been a deeply fulfilling journey for me these 35 years. The heart is the same, the commitment is the same from the time when I started when I was 29. And I don't think where I stay or have stayed has affected whether I've been able to serve. And now I've chosen to live in a bungalow in Ridout. As I said, the money that I made in my previous job as a lawyer is essentially paying for the rental. And it doesn't change my empathy any bit from when I was living in the GCB or the previous houses. So in summary, in answer to the clarification question, I was doing well in my profession. I was asked to come forward and serve. I could have said no and carried on with my legal career. But I felt that if the Prime Minister wanted me on his team, I had something to contribute. I could make a bigger contribution to Singapore in that way. So I did. It is for others to decide if I have measured up as a minister. But in good conscience, I can say I have put my heart and soul into it and carried out my duties to the best of my ability. Thank you, sir.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So 2 clarifications about the land implications. I understand that from the Minister Tong that that what is being priced in terms of square foot of built-up area is in fact consistent with market pricing as well as SLA practice. That said, I believe that what many Singaporeans are concerned about is this notion that when you speak of the market, there's one type of market, one class of rentals for heritage buildings with bundled land where the market valuation for land is different. And there's another market, a market where if you live in the HDB, then it's land pricing, where otherwise you would be raiding the reserves. So I'm wondering if, in light of this, he wishes to comment if the SLA's anomalous approach to valuing land for black and whites, if that he will accept that there are at least different methodologies for the pricing of land, and if so, then will the chief valuer accept the possibility of differential land pricing as well for HDB? My second question has to do with the 172,000 amount that was amortized to 2,000. this is a little bit technical for 26 Ridout. Based on my calculations, what I found was that that would amount to, assuming a reasonable rate of interest, something in the order of 3,000 to 4,000 rather than the 2,000. So I'm wondering if some clarification could be offered on that front.
Minister Edwin Tong.
I keep making this point about the market, and maybe I'll say that again. You've got to look at the market, and I mentioned in my speech that we look at comparables. You can't take a HDB and try and say what is the value of a black and white property for rental based on the same principles. Just as you can't take a terrace house or a condominium and apply that as a comparable to what you do when you want to value for rental and find the right valuation for a black and white property as we see here. So it's got to be comparable in the sense that land size, age of the property, condition of the property. You look at the comparables and then maybe you make adjustments for outliers and for the specific condition and location of this particular property. And that has been the methodology that has been used. I took some care to explain it. But now you, along with others, question that again, and now you use the word anomalous. It is not anomalous. It is market practice. And the tables that I keep going back to, and I would encourage you to please have a look at it, tells you that right across Singapore, across all different locations where black and whites are obtained or can be found, for which 87% of them are managed by external professional managing agents who have their own valuation team. They assess based on market price and market methodology. Your point about looking at a rate on reserves, which, I mean, you make obviously to try and make the point that there is a distinction and that you're trying to second guess that distinction and perhaps suggest that there is some inequality and perhaps unfair treatment. But the member will know that you've got to look at it as a different comparable. First of all, when you're valuing land for the purposes of HDB, you're looking at the question of selling HDB property with a leasehold interest of 99 years. It's a very different proposition from valuing the appropriate rental to be collected from a heritage black and white property like this. So, yes, there are different parameters, different baskets, but that's because the intrinsic nature of the property in question calls for this difference. Your second question, could you please repeat it?
Thank you. So my second question has to do with there was a land clearance cost of $172,000, and I believe that that was amortized to something in the order of $2,000 a month. And at least based on my independent calculations for the extended rental period of 4 years, it comes up to something closer to $4,000 rather than $2,000. So I'm wondering what kind of assumptions SLA applied.
Can I ask the member, what do you mean by 4 years?
Because as far as I understand it, the rental was extended by a 3+2, and at the time that the land clearance was implemented.
I think you might have confused the facts, Mr. Lim. The rental at 26 was granted on the basis of a 3+3+3. So what was done was to take the land cost and amortize it with an imputed interest across a 9-year period, and that's where you get to $2,000. So I hope that clarifies. It's not 4 years.
Why?
Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask Minister Edwin Tong the following questions, 2 questions. One is, can he give us examples of black and white bungalow tenants whom SLA had offered the following terms: preparatory work before they move into the unit of hundreds over thousands. SL spent hundreds over thousands on a tenant before he moved into the unit. And this, in the case of 26 and 31 Ridout Road, the amount spent for preparatory works amounts to 2.2 years of their rental, respectively. So is this kind of term SLA will give to other tenants? Secondly, allow the tenant to construct a swimming pool. Do they do that all the time? 3, cut down trees that are with girths that's more than a meter. Okay, and at the same time, offer some help in applying to cut the trees. Okay, and then, like in the case of 26 Ridout Road, they were given additional land. Although the ministers have explained that this land is actually of no value. But I think it's very difficult to convince Singaporeans who are so obsessed with land. Senior Minister Teo quoted the example of Delvey Estate, that the Delvey Estate tenant was willing to, for SL to take back the land. And that means reduce his size of his unit. Then why, in the case of 26 Ridout Road, SLA actually imposed a $2,000 more on the rental for the extra land? I mean, the logic still doesn't really settle in very well. Okay, so do the SLA offer this kind of deal to other tenants? And finally, in the case of 31 Ridout Road, the initial rent was actually 22% below the average rent shown to us by this table. Right? Yeah, it's from your table, chart 2, SM Teo. The average rent is 29.6. 31 Ridout Road is 23.05. So that is 22% discount. And on top of that, you are spending $570,000 to upgrade number 31 Ridout Road. So what is the justification? Sorry? 22%, right? And on top of that, you spend $570,000 to upgrade number 31 Ridout Road. And then you still charge at a 22% discount to the market. Is this kind of deal SLA give to other people? There's still a lot more questions I'm going to ask. Deputy Speaker, I think the debate is not going to end at 5:45. Thank you.
Mr. Leong, I think the chair decides at what time the clarifications end. In fact, this is not a debate.
Point of order, sir. This is an important issue. All Singaporeans are watching this debate.
Mr. Leong, I don't disagree with you that this is a matter of public importance.
Yes.
And in fact, Standing Order 23 makes specific reference that ministerial statements be made on matters of public importance.
Yes.
But the second sentence in Standing Order 23 also states there shall be no debate. Clarifications can be asked. So there is no debate whether under Standing Order 23 or Standing Order 25, which is a personal explanation. So the chair will decide when clarifications end.
Yes, what I urge the chair, Deputy Speaker, sir, is to be mindful that the topic has not been properly, completely clarified. When it's not completely clarified, please don't end the session. Thank you.
Mr. Leong, I think the response to you is that Mr. Leong, I invite you to kindly take your seat. We've been debating, we've had 4 ministerial statements from 12:30 p.m. It is now 5:30 p.m. That's, 5 hours worth of toing and froing. And I think the House has ventilated a lot of issues. And I will allow about 3 or 4 more clarifications from members, and then we'll proceed to end the ministerial statements. It is not for a member to dictate to the chair when business should end or start. I hope you can agree with me on that. Do we have agreement on that, Mr. Leong? Thank you. Do we have agreement on that, Mr. Leong? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Tong?
Thank you, sir. Sir, the preparatory works that Mr. Leong speaks about, I thought I did spend a fair bit of my speech explaining it. But let me just recap. These are conservation properties, and so there's a need to upkeep them, maintain them, and based on conservation guidelines. And there's a requirement on SLA as the owner and landlord of these properties to ensure that not just are they managed from a tenantability perspective, but also that we meet, cohere with, match up to conservation guidelines and how we maintain the property. Now, let's be clear that these obligations to maintain them based on conservation guidelines are on SLA, whether there's a tenant or otherwise. So these are expenditures that have to be incurred to maintain the property. I spent some time detailing what are some of the elements that we have to take into account when we maintain the property. And that's irrespective of whether there's a tenant. But we try to do it at a time when there's going to be a confirmed tenancy, so that the income stream received from the monthly rentals can go towards paying off the cost of the maintenance. And that's what happened in this case, both 26 and 31. And Mr. Leong will be aware that we've had several examples of this talked about in the media a few days ago. Those are all examples of properties, heritage properties, where significant expenditure was needed for the reasons I've outlined. I won't go into it again, and which we had done over and above what you've seen in 26 and 31 Ridout. In terms of the period of time at which number of months or years that takes to recover back, as I said, the starting point is even if there's no tenant, you would still have to incur these expenses to upkeep, to maintain. The amount of time we take to recover this is a factor to assess and judge whether we should proceed with this particular set of works at this time or otherwise, or maybe we can scale down or scale back if there's no tenant. But otherwise, it's taken in the round and assessed together. And if you take Ridout as an example, 2.2 years, you say. I think it's slightly less than that, but I'll take your 2.2 years. You have a tenant coming in, prepared to put in enhancements, like the swimming pool, which, by the way, we encourage. I think you heard me say earlier, we encourage. One of the ways in which SLA has been thinking of restructuring its tenancy framework is to try to encourage tenants to come in and put in CAPEX so that these properties can both be maintained as well as enhanced for subsequent purposes. So if the pool is there, put in at the cost of the tenant, at the expiry of the lease, that pool becomes the property of SLA. And that goes towards enhancing the value of the property for subsequent tenancies. So in fact, we encourage. And so when we do that, we look at the amount of time it takes for the recovery versus the improvements that this tenant is offering. This tenant is offering to come in with $400,000 or $500,000 worth of improvements, asking for a 3 + 3 + 3 years. What's a reasonable commercial landlord going to do in that situation? In the context of the market that you've seen, I think I've sent round the chart so you can see that. And early on to Mr. Pereira's question, it's a 71% occupancy at that point in time. So these are factors that we take into consideration and we assess based on each individual tenant. What are you offering? How are you enhancing? What do we have to do in terms of the works which we have to incur anyway? How can we bring it all together and ensure that we can maximize the returns? You mentioned the trees. The trees look if they're decayed, there's a report that the arborist puts up. We are, SLA, I think you used the words, why do we still go and help to take care of the trees? Well, we are the landlord, we own the property, and in the event that the tenant does not want to take ownership of the maintenance, then that falls on SLA. So of course we will be involved, of course we'll be interested. If a tree falls on a neighboring property, that's SLA's responsibility. So we take care to ensure that if the trees are found to be posing a safety concern, then we must work with the arborists, work with NParks, get the approval, and then get them removed. Those are where the girth is a meter or more. Your last point, I'm not sure I can comprehend what you're trying to ask me. It's got to do with number 26, as far as I could figure out. But 31, sorry, 31, about the discount and so on to the average. But Mr. Leong, the guide rent for number 31 is determined on the market methodologies that I've outlined earlier. They were in fact determined in this case by the managing agent and the valuer, and they cohere with what the guide rent is, and the offer is not below the guide rent, which by the way is a key consideration for SLA. And so it's not below the guide rent. And when you compare it against the average, the way average works, you will have some above and some below. But is it within the guide rent? It is, and that's why SLA accepted the offer. I hope that clarifies your 4 points.
Ms. Denise Phua. Mr. Leong, don't worry, I'll come back to you. Ms. Denise Phua.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I appreciate that the Ridout review by SM Teo and by agencies such as CPIB was made at the request of PM Lee, Prime Minister. And I also appreciate the fact that the request for full investigation was also made by Minister Shan and Minister Vivian themselves to clarify that the rental transactions are above board. Now, since some of the questions, parliamentary questions, were actually directed at the Prime Minister, and since the matter involves key members of the Cabinet, of Prime Minister's Cabinet, I would like to seek PM Lee's views on the matter so far, and also if he could share his views in the House.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm responding to Mr. Denise Phua's question to give my take on this Ridout issue, which we've been debating now 5 hours. I think the focus of the debate has been on values: integrity, propriety, incorruptibility. Ministers in Singapore are paid a clean wage, realistic, competitive, but clean wage. They don't get perks. There's no official house to live in. You get a salary. It's for you to judge what you need it for your lives. Save it, give it away, spend it, put it in a house, travel, whatever. Therefore, where ministers decide to live, whether they want to rent, whether they want to buy, these are personal choices. And thus I see nothing wrong with ministers renting properties from SLA, or for that matter from a private landlord, provided it's properly done and all procedures are followed. Therefore, when I heard that two of my ministers, Shanmugam and Vivian Balakrishnan, had rented black and white bungalows at Ridout Road, my assessment, without going into it in depth, was that I did not believe there was wrongdoing involved. I had every confidence that my ministers and the SLA officials who dealt with them would have done the right things and handled the rentals properly. However, after SLA's statement on the 12th of May, the issue continued to attract public interest. And so when the two ministers asked me to conduct an investigation independent of their ministries, I decided that notwithstanding my confidence in them and in the system, it would be best for me to task CPIB to conduct a formal investigation and to establish definitively if there was any corruption or wrongdoing. Why CPIB? Because CPIB is independent. It has built up a strong reputation as an anti-corruption outfit. And it has the necessary legal powers guaranteed in the Constitution to carry out a thorough investigation. Everybody in Singapore knows what it means when CPIB invites you to lim kopi. And they can invite anybody, ministers, officials, businessmen, ordinary Singaporeans, whoever it is necessary for them to interview in order to establish the facts and the truth and whether there's culpability. I tasked CPIB to look into this on the 17th of May. I was then in Nairobi on an official visit to Kenya. CPIB's investigation went beyond the legal question of whether there was criminal conduct. It extended to broader issues like whether there was preferential treatment enjoyed by the ministers, whether any privileged information was disclosed to them, whether the ministers had abused their position in the process of the rentals. But I wanted these broader questions examined more thoroughly, because as PM, my duty is not just to be satisfied that legally there was no wrongdoing, but whether, quite apart from the law, there was any other kind of misconduct or impropriety. Therefore, after I returned from Africa on the 22nd of May, COVID notwithstanding, I tasked Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean to do a broader review of SLA's policies and processes to complement CPIB's investigation. SM Teo is my most senior minister in terms of years in cabinet and experience. I appointed him to show that I had every intention to maintain the government's and the PAP's long-standing, high and stringent standards of integrity and propriety. I wanted to put my most experienced, most qualified, for this purpose, most capable person on the job. I did not consider SM Teo to have been involved in the transaction, even though Minister Shanmugam had informed SM Teo of the arrangements he had made to recuse himself, including that then SMS Indrani Raja had been told to approach SM Teo if the matter had to go beyond her. Because no such issue arose and nothing was ever raised to SM Teo. He was the backstop and nothing reached him. It has been suggested, including today by some MPs, that even though SM Teo might not have been involved in the Ridout transactions, just because he's a minister, he is not sufficiently independent to conduct this investigation. I take a different view. When it comes to corruption and wrongdoing, crimes, we have an independent process, a CPIB investigation and referral to the Attorney General's chambers for an opinion. We are dealing with laws, with legality, and ultimately the courts are the arbiter of what is legal or illegal. But ethics and standards of propriety, those are the Prime Minister's responsibility. I have to set the standards of what's ethical, what's proper. I cannot outsource them. For example, to appoint an ethics advisor to tell me what is proper or not proper. I have to know what is proper or not. Otherwise, I shouldn't be here. An ethics advisor cannot be the one to decide and to advise the Prime Minister whether ministers acted with propriety or not. Some countries have tried this. You've read about some of them in the newspapers over the last few months. It has not always resulted in more ethical conduct or better government. In Singapore's context, the Prime Minister has to set the standards. He issues the rules of prudence 2 PAP MPs after every general election. I've done it now, I think, 4 times. He has to set the right personal example of proper conduct. He decides whether a minister has acted properly or not in accordance with the code and the rules. If he thinks so, he should say so. If he thinks not, he must say not. He cannot say, I have no view, I do not wish to influence my ministers and my MPs. Ultimately, the Prime Minister is still accountable and he has to justify his position here to Parliament and answer to Singaporeans at the ballot box. And that's how our system works. That's how it has been kept clean. That's my general approach and the attitude that I have taken in this case. When CPIB and Senior Minister Teo submitted their reports to me, I accepted all their conclusions and ordered the reports to be published and placed before the House before this meeting today, so that everybody can read them, digest them, and be ready to come here and have an informed discussion. These reports provide a good basis for Parliament to discuss the issue. Their conclusions are quite clear, as the ministerial statements you've heard earlier have explained from Senior Minister Teo and Minister Edwin Tong. CPIB found no corruption or wrongdoing, no preferential treatment, no disclosure of privileged information, no abuse of position. The AGC confirmed this after reviewing the investigation papers. And the leader of the opposition paid CPIB and paid the government a compliment just now when he said nobody is suggesting corruption on the part of the ministers. CPIB did find an imprecision in how SLA defined the guide rent for number 26 Ridout Road. Their report explained this, and CPIB established that this imprecision was not due to any ill intent on the part of the SLA officers, nor was there any evidence of any mala fide abuse of position in the valuation. The imprecision is embarrassing to SLA and the government, particularly as SLA had put out a statement earlier to say that the ministers both paid higher than the guide rents. But that cannot be helped. CPIB calls it as it is, with no regard to whom it might inconvenience or embarrass. SLA has acknowledged that CPIB's interpretation is the correct one, and they will review their practices and improve upon them. Senior Minister Teo's review, relying on CPIB's findings, confirmed the broader issues, that there was no conflict of interest or unfair advantage enjoyed, and that all rules and procedures had been complied with. And his report sets out the basis for his conclusions. These are not just his personal opinions, but conclusions based on documented facts, verified and laid out in the report. So it's very important that we've had this accounting in Parliament. Members have had full opportunity to ask questions and clarify doubts. The ministers, Minister Shanmugam and Minister Vivian Balakrishnan, have done nothing wrong, and they retain my full confidence. But this accounting in Parliament is not just to resolve the issue of the rentals on 2 black and white properties in Ridout Road, important as that is. It's also a demonstration of how the PAP is determined to uphold the standards which it has set itself from the beginning in 1959. This government has not and will never tolerate any compromise or departure from the stringent standards of honesty, integrity, and incorruptibility that Singaporeans expect of us. In this case, we've investigated it. The ministers have been cleared. In other cases which come up, we will investigate it, and whichever way the facts fall out, they will be taken to their logical conclusion. This is the foundation, not just for the people's trust in the PAP government, but for the integrity and good functioning of our political system. And this is my commitment and the PAP government's unwavering commitment to Singaporeans. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just a question for the Prime Minister with regard to the scope of the CPIB investigation. Was CPIB tasked to look into the code of conduct of the ministers and whether the ministers acted in accordance to the code? Because the earlier explanation of the Prime Minister suggested that CPIB looked into the whole range of issues beyond legal issues. My understanding from the miscellaneous paper was CPIB was looking to see whether there was any whether a criminal or corruption offence could be disclosed.
Yeah, I have it. CPIB's instructions from me were to establish whether any corruption or criminal offence had been committed, criminal wrongdoing had been committed. You cannot do that without going into all the facts of the case, and in the process of going to the facts of the case, they came to conclusions on preferential treatment, on disclosure of privileged information, on abuse of position. And they put it into their report and in their letter to me, that they had found none of this. They went into it. And I think these are issues which are relevant to whether the ministers complied with the code of conduct or not. So I did not ask them to investigate the conduct, but they came to these conclusions, and because their main focus had been the more narrow one of the legal question of criminal offense, therefore I complemented the CPIB investigation with SM Teo's review, and he wrote on what the CPIB did. He did further fact-finding and establishment of the policies and of the backgrounds and of the overall way the system operated and SLA operated, and his conclusions are in the report, and they are consistent.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Appreciate you calling me again. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for that reply. Coming back to the gravamen of, I think, what a lot of the discussion was over the last at least 3.5 hours with regard to asking a civil servant for information. I think Senior Minister Teo has made his point that there was, quite frankly, nothing untoward about it because the nature of the information was as such. This, of course, upon reading the miscellaneous paper, is not apparent to the public. It is quite incongruous in the eyes of many for a minister to be asking a civil servant details which pertain to information for his personal use. I think this is the crux of the issue. And when people intersect it with the ministerial code of conduct and your letter of prudence, does the Prime Minister not agree that actually this is an issue that has been flagged out and that there is a better way to address a problem of a similar nature when it crops up?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think if you remember the history of this issue, the question of the minister instructing the civil servant was not public knowledge until we brought it out. The issue has been there since, I don't know, April, over a few months, and the outrageous allegations were being made that the ministers had enjoyed improper benefits and inside tracks and were getting a sweet deal, and all sorts of very grave innuendos were being stated. Nobody cared how he found out about the properties. Now that the report has come out and all those grave suspicions have been dispelled, you focus on this question and you ask, should he have asked the Deputy Secretary? My view is he could have done it a different way. He could have done it this way. He has given the House the reasons why he did it this way, I think those are cogent reasons which I accept.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on a point of information, in relation to the Honourable Leader of Opposition's query as to whether CPIB looked at the Minister's Code of Conduct, I just would like to offer that in any corruption investigation, to establish corrupt intent, one looks at what are the guiding principles. Code of conduct would be very relevant to establish corrupt intent. And in fact, there's a two-point rule that has been established at law. One is whether there's been a breach of the code of conduct, and secondly, whether there's guilty knowledge that's associated with the action. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just like to turn it back to a policy to Minister Edwin Tong, and to ask if the existing policy on guide ride at the onset and upon renewal takes into consideration additional structures like swimming pools and car porch, because it brings additional utility, and not just per se a GFA, but additional utility. And in what way does this also differ from commercial properties? Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, if you're a tenant, we encourage the tenants to come and improve the facilities and enhancements made to the property. So all of these, eventually, when it comes to a fresh tenancy, will be taken into account. One of the rules that SLA internally looks at and has in mind is if it is the same tenant who made the investments, renewing it at the second +3 and the third +3, then you would take it all in the round. You will consider this, but you also consider the fact that this is the very tenant who put in the capex in the first place to bring about those enhancements. Because if you did not do that, and you simply, at every renewal in the 3+3+3, charged a higher rental because of what he has done, then no tenant would then eventually take up this, and it would work against SLA. So with that caveat, otherwise the improvements, enhancements will be taken into account in subsequent renewals of tenancies.
Ms. Hazel Phua.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to find out from Minister Edwin Tong, why is it that SLA choose, because it was mentioned in the report that demand for black and white bungalows is limited because it only has basic amenities. And I can quite see that the amount of renovation cost that's required to be spent on rental property can be a deal breaker for many. So why does SLA choose not to install modern amenities like what private landlords do to improve demand and rental rates? And secondly, I understand the rationale for the reason why 26 Ridout Road was not listed on SPIO, but with hindsight, when it is apparent that a minister is interested in renting the property, would it not have been better to have listed the property on SPIO? Thank you.
On your second point, it is the call of the managing agent. It's the managing agent's discretion, and whether it is the minister or some other person trying to rent, they take the same position. As you've heard SM Teo explain earlier, there is no VIP treatment or VIP track, regardless of the identity or the profile of the tenant. If you meet the guide rent, you're able to clear the profile of the right tenant that we want. In particular, if you're able to offer more capex to enhance, that's a tenant profile that we want to seek. I also want to pick up, while I'm on that, on one of the questions you have filed for written answer, which is whether or not there is a record of which other ministers and public figures stay at these state properties. The point consistent with what I've said earlier is that SLA doesn't maintain a separate record. There's no list of which ministers, which members of parliament, which public figures are staying at state properties. On your first point about installing modern facilities, again, you've got to take it in the round. If you are able to cluster them and rejuvenate and maybe invite an external private sector party to work with you, to place-make and to modernize, then yes, in those cases, it has been done, and we will continue on that. But obviously, you don't want to install and retrofit a property in a particular way, only for a tenant to want to do it in a different way. So for some of these, we maintain it as it is. We make the basic additions from time to time, but we also rely on the tenant who comes in, such as in these two examples, to retrofit and to enhance the property.
So, Mr. Leong Wan Wai, I'm giving you some latitude, so ask all the questions that you have. Please, no preambles, just clarifications.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Okay, first of all, can I ask Minister Edwin Tong? Just now he didn't, I think his reply is not quite complete. Or maybe I asked the questions not too well. What I was asking is that the SLA offer the same kind of package. Did SLA offer the same kind of package to other tenants before? Okay, in the renter of the black and white bungalows, consisting of what I say just now, that before the tenant moved in, it's coincided with the time when SLA have to refurbish the bungalow. So as a result, they spend hundreds of $1,000s to refurbish before the tenant move in. Secondly, is that there are other, now that he said that everyone is encouraged to put in K-Packs. So, but in the past, do SLA actually allow tenants to put in swimming pools easily? Is it something that SLA really welcome in the past? And finally, he didn't answer, and what I'm trying to say is that within the package, there is also preferential rental treatment for 31st Ridout Road. And he answered that it's not just the average, also the range of rental, but you look at chart 2, $23 per square meter is way, way below even the lowest rent in that in the Ridout Road vicinity. So how do you justify that? After spending $570,000 renovating 31st Ridout Road, and then you still offer a price of $23 per square meter. And so this is my question for Minister Edwin Tong. Finally, I have a question for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, as I said just now, we believe in the integrity of our government led by you. And we are not against ministers living well, living in GCBs, like what Minister Shanmugam has tried to say that we are against that just now. We are not. But I don't think many would disagree that this episode, from this episode, there is a perception of an amount of conflict of interest and unfairness in the process of renting the two bungalows. Although there may not be, and we trust the investigation by CPIB and also SMTO, although there may not be an outright misconduct of any public servants. But the result is that there's this perception there. Okay? And the question I asked Minister Edwin Tong is exactly trying to drive at that. Why is the package so coincidentally favorable? That's one thing. It may be so coincidental. Okay. So as a result, I'd like to ask you one question, Prime Minister, is that from this episode, would you say that, would you commit that from now on, the code of conduct of the PAP government will be applied more stringently? Learning from this episode. You think that, you say that, no, this episode doesn't show any shortcoming or any in the application of the COC, this is the kind of standard we can expect from the PAP government, we'll take it as that. Thank you.
PM.
I thank Mr. Leong for clarifying that he's not against ministers living in GCBs. He just wants to play it up. Because having said that he has nothing against ministers living wherever they feel they wish to live, he then raises this alleged perception of conflict of interest and unfairness, when we have spent the last 5 hours explaining why there's no actual conflict of interest, why potential conflicts of interest have been cut off, and therefore there is no possibility of a reasonable perception arising of conflict of interest. And therefore, when he says, the PAP Code of Conduct, do I intend for it to be stringently applied? What he really means is, should I or should I not allow ministers to rent GCBs or to rent black and whites? My answer is, I do not object to ministers renting black and whites. They live within their salary, they live within their means. Some have come into office with means because they have had successful careers before. Some may have inherited wealth. Who knows? Some come in without much. They live with what they have. They comply with the laws. They do things properly. And most importantly, they continue to do their duties as a minister and to serve their constituents and to serve Singaporeans and to make a contribution on my team as an honest, capable. There's a phrase in the minister's swearing in text. In all things to be a true and faithful minister. That's what we expect of all PAP ministers.
Mr. Leong, I answered all 3 questions previously. I'll try and answer them again. On your first one, I said yes. In fact, there are examples in the media of how we have spent this amount, more than 500,000, on the maintenance and refurbishment of other properties. I also mentioned that this is because there are conservation obligations, and that's why we appointed a consultant to advise us on what works needs to be done for each of them. Second, you asked about the swimming pool. Yes, if you would like to rent one and you want to put a pool in, we welcome that. Third, there is no preferential treatment. We go by the guide rent. The guide rent will assess the condition, the location, the comparables, and then make a judgment on what the appropriate rental is for that situation, for that property. And in this case, you say it's below the average, is because of the state of the condition of the property. It was poor condition, having been vacant for about 5 years or so. But that's a factor that the guide rent takes into account. But the point is, Minister Vivian met the guide rent. And that's why it was led to Minister Vivian.
Mr. Leong, could I invite you to just keep it to
Thank you.
2 clarifications?
Thanks, sir. But Minister, your answer is not logical, right? 31st Ridout Road, right? When the tenant negotiated for the rent, the conditions was bad, so $23 per square meter. But after that, you put in 570,000 to upgrade the place, and you still charge at $23 per square meter, and that is a rent that is way below the lowest price of the range of prices in the vicinity. Do you think that is a fair price? And if your valuation agent provided that price, do you think the SLA officials should be there to say, no, it cannot be that price? Because throughout the discussion today, we also say that 26 Ridout Road, because of the improvement to the site that was being cleared, so I have increased the rental of 26 Ridout Road by $2,000. So, so the final rent, in fact, depends on this assessment, right? So why didn't SLA raise the objection to keep the price, the rental at $23 per square meter? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Leong, it is because there's a guide rent. The guide rent is determined by an independent valuer, and I would suggest not to second guess that. The whole point of appointing a managing agent with a valuer who looks at it independently is so that we can get an assessment, a baseline. And if indeed there is a basis to push the rent up, the guide rent up, in a way in which is market standard and coheres with the market, of course we will do so. But this is a guide rent, and we follow the guide rent. And as I said earlier in my speech, we don't let properties out below the guide rent. So I hope that answers your question.
Minister Shanmugam.
I thought I should answer one point that Mr. Leong made, suggesting that there was a coincidence on 26,500. If I heard him right, there's no coincidence. I think he may have missed the facts when they were being set out. Thank you. I explained. I didn't know what the guide rent was. It is set out in the CPIB report. And there is no coincidence in the way he suggested on 26,500. I also set out what was the first offer I made.
Mr. Leong, just a short, if it arises from Minister Shanmugam's
I think
response.
I think what the
Hold on. If it arises from Minister Shanmugam's response, you may proceed to ask a short clarification.
Can I? Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to clarify with the Minister that I didn't say the coincidence is with regards to the with regards to his 26,500 rent. Okay, so your point is not valid here. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, last clarification, Mr. Alex Yam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for that privilege. We have had a long 5.5-hour session today dealing with the contents of the report, and we've also heard from both ministers who have leased property from the SLA, as well as a comprehensive statement from the Prime Minister. Therefore, just one question for the Senior Minister. Based on the questions and views that were expressed during this very long discussion and clarifications, what in the Senior Minister's opinion are the key takeaways from the matters which have arisen in this House during these last few hours? Thank you.
I appreciate the member's question because we've had a very wide-ranging debate, and I think it's useful to bring the matters to some conclusions and to be able to structure this, what we have discussed today. The Prime Minister has given a very comprehensive statement on this matter, and I don't intend to make a very long winding up. But so what are the main takeaways? First and foremost, why are we here? We are here because there have been allegations made against ministers for corruption and other acts of abuse of power and so on. So this is the first issue that we have to deal with and come to a landing point on. So most importantly, the CPIB has investigated the matter thoroughly, interviewed all relevant parties, including the ministers and their spouses, looked at their phones, and concluded that there was no corruption or criminal wrongdoing. The AGC has reviewed the investigation papers and agreed with CPIB's findings. There is no offense and no further action is needed. And the CPIB case is closed. There was proper declaration and conduct by all persons involved to avoid conflicts of interest. There was also no abuse of power and no access to privileged information. The persons involved in the rental of these two properties understood their responsibilities to act with integrity and did so. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a credit to our officers and the system as a whole. Members have asked for many clarifications, and my colleagues and I have answered all of them. Mr. Singh says no one is alleging corruption, and I'm glad that he said so, and that there is no corruption, no abuse of power. I think the only remaining issue is this one of conflict of interest. We have explained at length that what the concept of conflict of interest is, potential conflict of interest, actual conflict of interest, and that this has been dealt with, particularly in the case of Mr. Shanmugam and the rental of 26 Ridout Road. Now, there's this lingering issue of perceived conflict of interest. And as I explained, if we have dealt adequately and completely with a potential conflict of interest and that there's been no actual conflict of interest, then actually a fair-minded person will come to the conclusion that therefore there's no basis for a perceived conflict of interest. So I think this concludes the first part of our discussion. There were a number of useful points raised regarding the management of state properties and land, in particular of black and white bungalows. This is an associated issue, and I think Minister Edwin Tong has explained this quite fully. He's addressed these points and also the various suggestions, and will be looking into improving the optimization and the use of state land, which SLA has been doing, and in particular those which are not yet slated for redevelopment. The second set of issues is important, and it really is a reaffirmation of our collective belief in the importance of a clean government, and for those in public service, whether elected or public officers, to act with integrity. Sir, the Prime Minister acted firmly on this matter. Although the reports he received from the Ministry of Law and SLA did not indicate a high likelihood of wrongdoing, he nevertheless directed CPIB to investigate the matter when he was overseas, so that the matter could be examined independently and thoroughly to get to the bottom of things. Either prove that nothing was wrong and put the allegations to rest, as we have done today, or if the investigation turned up wrongdoing, to act on it. We have come to Parliament to present the findings, and we have answered the many questions and clarifications sought. The PM has spoken about the government's commitment to integrity and a high standard in the working of government and in our country. Underpinning all this is an ever-vigilant CPIB. But this is not enough. The CPIB is assisted by a vigilant public and a vigilant public service. And this is what we need in order to maintain integrity, honesty, and incorruptibility in our country. Members have made some useful comments and suggestions on the Code of Conduct, and as I stated earlier, we will consider specifically how to introduce declarations for rental property transactions for the relevant agencies and public officers dealing with land and property matters, and also have a look at this issue for ministers and PAP MPs. So, upholding a system of governance with a high standard of integrity is a collective and continuous effort. And we have achieved a remarkable standard. Just think about it. A member of the public would be outraged and report it if a public officer were to ask him for a bribe. And more importantly, a public officer would be outraged if he were offered a bribe and would report the person who had done so. This is a virtuous circle that we must maintain, and the work is never done. Finally, there was this broader point sort of underlying this debate or this discussion on equity, whether it's fair, how to uplift our citizens. And I believe that this is a shared aspiration of members from both sides of this House. And this government is definitely dedicated to building an inclusive, progressive society. And this is the driving motivation that underpins government policies, particularly in education, housing, healthcare, and retirement adequacy. Our aim is to mobilize everyone to work together, to grow the economy, to share the fruits of growth widely, to uplift the most needy among us, as well as the broad mass of Singaporeans, to bridge that divide, to uplift everyone, as Mr. Shanmugam said of his own experiences. In housing particularly, we have done more than almost any other country to secure good homes for nearly every citizen. And we will ensure that there will always be sufficient and affordable HDB flats for every Singaporean household. But at the same time, we take care to keep the right balance with a whole range of housing types. We have HDBs, ECs, and private property, and yes, including black and white houses. It needs to be so. If people work hard and do well, they should be able to aspire to live in a better home in Singapore, to continue to contribute here in Singapore to Singapore. Sir, I am 69 years old this year and have served more than 30 years in politics, 20 years before that in public service. My most important task in the last half a dozen years has been to help the Prime Minister to prepare not just the fourth generation leadership, but also to make sure that we have a system in place, that we're able to have a fifth generation of leaders coming in, having the time to learn, to be tested, and to gain the trust and support of Singaporeans. And these are people in their 30s and 40s. Many would be at the threshold where they have a good chance of reaching the peak in their chosen careers and professions. We have to bring them in and have them contribute. All members of this House know that coming into politics entails many sacrifices in privacy, continuous exposure to the glare of the public eye, especially in this age of the social media, in their careers, in family time, and not always being there to watch your kids grow. If they've served well, the satisfaction of having done so is the biggest reward. That makes it all worthwhile. The biggest challenge we face is to continue bringing in the best team to do the best for Singapore and Singaporeans. And I am glad today that in this House we have agreed to focus on the facts and the truth, not just on wild allegations or rumors or perceptions, but focus on the facts and the truth. And this is important so that we can build a system with a strong foundation which will help to bring in good people to continue to serve in government, to take Singapore further forward. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Order. End of ministerial statements. Introduction of government bills. Minister.